watching a Youth TV, empowering you.
All along you wanted my office. Ladies and gentlemen, we were breaking the ice. And someone from FIS said, I am so and so, this and this, and I am the most talkative person. And someone said, are you sure Primrose left? False. People don't like small things.
I'm a pastor.
Ay, mama. Yes?
I'm Kukunda Mary Patricia. I am a counselor. I work with orphans and vulnerable children sustainable program in Nyamitanga with the Sisters of Our Lady of Good Counsel, and I'm from the West Nile.
Wapi.
My name is Sophia Tsingiri. I work as a faculty administrator, faculty of medicine, and I'm a grandmother.
Yes. I can't wait to hear what you're doing with that.
Well, Emmanuel Chagara, Dean of Students, and I think I'm currently in the wrong place.
In the right place.
Kalanzuri Frey. I stay in Baramwa and I'm a hostel owner in Tassel Village.
She's not a hostel owner.
I'm Bisaso Ismail, a student at Mass doing medicine and surgery, and I'm the current Prime Minister of this country.
Morning to you all. I'm Nabiama James, GRC PWDs at MUST, as well as Minister PWDs with us. Thank you.
You can't be a minister.
Thank you so much. My name is Kaija Dennis. I'm from Kasese District. I'm glad to be here. I'm a member of the Association of Persons with Disabilities in Bara University, and I'm proud to be a father.
My name is Cody Kasim Mulindwa. I'm Vice Chairman of Kasanyaza Cell in that area.
Good morning, everyone. I am Betty Namusa, Administrator Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. It's difficult to tell a lie. I'm Angela Nakato.
You're graduating.
My name is Jomcha Edda Narondo, senior citizen, retired police officer, resident of Tasso, hostel owner.
I'm Deborah Kakurima, Administrator, Faculty of Science. Angela is forcing me to do a wrong thing. Today is Fool's Day.
False.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, my name is Ineviona Brian, and I work with Hope Inclusive Development Center, and I'm the mayor of Bara District.
I'm Katie Mani Rampa,
working as an administrator in Faculty of Computing and Informatics at this university. I'm a CID officer at Central Police here.
Good morning, members. I'm Robina Flora Nakaketo. I'm a Deputy Secretary in charge of planning at MAST. Angela. I'm a rare species in this facility and activities.
She had to go that way to confuse us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Basime Francis, Chairperson LC1, Swahili Cell, a neighboring cell to the university. And the liar will never see the kingdom of God. I'm the chairman of all chairmen in Barra City.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sandy Bryan. I'm a disability advocate. I also do sign language interpreting. I'm a specialist there. In fact, I do it on TV West. Some of you would have seen that small man in the corner. Yes, and I'm deaf and dumb.
Thank you so much for introducing yourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, Mbarara University of Science and Technology was sponsored by ADB to come up with a policy that supports persons with impairment. Today you are walking ably. You don't know what can happen as you're getting out there. So all of us are potential candidates for this association. Yes? Even if you don't want to say yes, me, I know it's true. So I am the focal person of PWDs at the university. And when it comes to, you see the variety of people who have introduced themselves. Hostel owners, we have leaders, we have administrators, we also have people from organizations that handle PWDs. A person with impairment is a sensitive person. Like I've always told you that we have always seen impairments like a curse in society. Even the languages we use around PWDs are offensive. How do you call a lame person in Lunyankole? Omurema. Same as Luganda. How do you call a dumb person? Deaf. Omteta. The words we use, the language we package, it has to start with you to use words like physically challenged, impaired, not echirema, not omteta, not what. Without wasting any other time, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Stella Dusabe, who is the coordinator. She can stay where she is, the coordinator of PWDs at the university, working with the Dean of Students office. I am a cousin to that office, so we work hand in hand to see that students and staff have an accommodative environment within the university. But we would like to extend it even further to the communities, that the hostel owners, do you think about ramps? The leaders, are you telling people about impairments, that a student is physically handicapped, but we need to give this person support? Yes? Or are we saying that when all this is done and I get a problem, I can go to HOPE, I can go to the, is it, you said you're from? You're from where? You also handle people with impairment, yes. So we have the people who support them. Stella, the floor is yours. Invite us to this as the this time you're the custodian of the law of PWDs. Thank you. Just a few remarks from her. And then immediately I would request her to invite the Dean of Students to give the keynote address about impairments. The Dean will then speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Angela. Good morning, everybody. I'm requesting that you allow me to talk while seated because of some of the challenges you will see later. I'm very pleased and very happy that whoever we extended our invitation, you have honored it and you are here. Thank you very much, all of you who are already here. And we did this as part of implementing our policy, which you have already heard how it started in 2019. In implementation, we need to work with the community around us and leaders, people who are taking care of people living with disability in their communities, like schools, like I think everyone is represented here, and I'm very happy we can see the St. Francis are here, the Hope Inclusive are here, and others are on their way coming. We are very grateful, and I thank the landlords who have had this and are here, because it is where our people are. Some of you host them, but do they have the facilities they need? And for the chairpersons, we are very glad, because you have those people in the community. Some people hide them inside their houses, and it is very difficult for us to find them if we don't use you people who are with them. That's why we have chairpersons, so that they can guide us where we can get them and help them. We have found out that at the university we have a very small percentage compared to those people who start from down. And we are wondering what happens along the way. So we are here to forge a way forward, how we can lift these people from down all the way up. Thank you very much for listening. And I'm requesting the Dean to take the floor. Thank you very much.
Where am I supposed to be, standing or sitting? Anywhere. Yeah, thank you, Stella, for the welcoming remarks. Thank you, Angela. Angela seems to be Angela, I'm thanking you in absentia, but now that you are around, I can say it again. And to make a prediction? Yeah. Okay. Right. So when I was informed of this meeting this morning, I wasn't so sure whether it was a workshop, a conference, a training, or a stakeholder engagement, but my thought came to the group perspective of what humanity is about. And it came to my mind that the United Nations, which we are a member state as a country, in 1948 had a meeting in Paris, and they came up with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Now, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that was approved by the United Nations General Assembly on 10th December 1948, there were 56 countries in that assembly. 48 voted in support of the declaration, against nobody opposing it, but some countries did not vote. Some countries abstained from voting at that time. Now, these countries, 8 of them, one of them is the Union of the Socialist Soviet Republics, which some years back some members of the Union separated, but it's now mainly what we call Russia. Russia did not vote for the Declaration of the Human Rights. The other country that abstained is Ukraine. Russia and Ukraine abstained from the vote. The other country that abstained was Belarus. The other country was Poland. The other country was Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, Saudi Arabia, and the Union of South Africa. Now, the Union of South Africa could not assent that declaration because at that time South Africa was still under apartheid rule. So it's understandable that that declaration was working against them. But I'm picking 2 messages from here. That as members and citizens of this country, when you have a state, a nation, a community that does not want to respect the human rights of others, it's unlikely that it will be at peace with itself. It's unlikely that it will be at peace with its neighbors. And therefore, no wonder 75 years after Russia and Ukraine declined, big, it can be disastrous and can also be, it can also affect community for a very, very long time. So now this declaration was not necessarily at that time focusing on categories of special needs or like say PWDs. It was looking at humanity. It was looking at human life. It was looking at human beings as having fundamental rights. It was not segregating. It was looking at human life, mankind. One thing that is interesting, if you ever read the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, at that time, it wasn't as genderized. So every statement is about him, is about he. So 1948, the UN was only considering he and him. So when you get he and him in a number of those documents, it's because that was the stereotype at the time. So that declaration was basically a statement of principles. A statement of principles approved as a common standard of achievement for all peoples and all nations. We are looking at a common standard of principles. And therefore, it's a challenge today to all mankind that we should promote worldwide respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. And when we are talking about human rights and fundamental freedoms, it is for everybody. That's one thing that we must be able to appreciate. And it's very tempting to drift from appreciating the rights of others. Very tempting. When I was reading about bioethics in research, there was this proposal of a drug trial. This drug trial was being tested, not going through all the phases. And now when we are looking for participants in this trial, one proposal from some of the researchers were saying, but we have already an available community. We already have prisoners, they are criminals. And can't we try our drug on them? Are we violating their rights when they are already criminals? These are scientists. In other words, if you do not perceive humanity, human beings as the same, you are bound to be a very big risk. You are bound to be very unethical in the conduct with some of those groups. Then another one said, yeah, but we can go on the street and pick those mad people. They can still give us the results that we want. So when we are talking about human rights, we are not talking about the educated and the uneducated. We are looking at the selfish, innate selfishness of human beings in certain communities. Now, I will just give a few examples of the articles in that Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Now, Article 1 states, and I'm quoting, all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. Here the word is, all human beings are born. So, because as a human being you are born, your freedom and being equal in dignity and rights is inherent. You are born with that dignity and you are born with that freedom. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. So here we are looking at all human beings by virtue of birth. You are entitled to that level of dignity and freedom and equity within your community. Article 6 also reminds us that everyone has the right to recognition everywhere as a person within the law. I'm trying to bring it out to see where have we lost it as society, where have we lost it as members within our community. Now, Article 22 of the same declaration also reminds us that everyone as a member of society has a right to social security and is entitled to realization through national effort and international cooperation and in accordance with the organization and resources of each state, organization and resources of each state. In other words, nobody should be left behind when the state is considering resources, apportioning resources, appropriating resources for its citizenry. And then Article 25 also highlights that everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself. Don't ask me about herself because I'm quoting. And of his family, including food, clothing, housing, medical care, and necessary social services, and the right to security in the event of unemployment, sickness, disability, widowhood, old age, and other lack of livelihood in circumstances beyond his control. These are the fundamental rights that the UN was able to think about 75 years ago. So when we are in this hall today, looking at the types of disabilities, we should know, and when Angela was saying that we are all candidates, we are actually not candidates only, we are all there. It's a question of extent. Here at MAST, we are having only a few categories that we are either dealing with or able to understand. Mark my word, able to understand. The common one, of course, among the common ones is hearing impairment. Those who have a problem with the functioning of their ears. There are those whose disability is speech. We have come across some of them. At one time, my speech was so bad that when I was in lower school, I had struggled to speak, to be able to be listened and understood by my teachers. But eventually, it's sorted out. Physical disability or motor impairment, those are the ones that we actually usually look at as people with disability. Because you are looking at a physical person. Those with visual impairment, those who cannot see, those whose vision has been affected. And these impairments I'm talking about do not have any stage that they come on in life. I was having a discussion with some colleagues, and I was saying, yes, at this point we are having this very good discussion. But at what point are we losing out? We are not appreciating that there are so many children who have these impairments as birth defects. At the time they are born, they have these defects. Either the scientists would say when they were being formed, it could have either been something that was somatic, something to do either with the cell division or whatever. Some will say maybe there could have been some genetic impairment. So they are little ones who, at the time of birth, they have some of these impairments that aren't detected. By the time you realize that they cannot hear, by the time you realize that they cannot speak, or sometimes by the time you realize that, oh, they seem to be having some physical deformity, or sometimes by the time you realize that they cannot see, then society finds themselves lacking the capacity to support these little ones. What happens to these little ones is the question we should be asking ourselves. And these little ones are being born today, and they will still be born tomorrow. What happens to them? As we are advocating for the rights of certain interest groups like PWDs, we should also identify at what level are we starting our advocacy. The counselors will tell you that they handle a number of cases of emotional and behavioral disorders. Possibly some of us could be having this impairment, but we don't know. The trainers will tell you this child seems to be having some cognitive disorder, intellectual disorder, does not seem to be picking what I'm teaching in class. But how many people are able to understand it that way? There are specific learning difficulties which possibly we are not witnessing common at university, but in the formative years, how are these cases being handled? There are many other special needs that are not necessarily classified as non-common disabilities, like in a number of non-communicable conditions, like epilepsy and other nerve disorders, autism. One interesting special need that possibly all of us should be wondering about is aging. Yes, when God blesses you with that age, when you have to be reminded that, oh, by the way, in the morning when you are walking out of the house, you must be dressed. Yeah, there are people who will grow to a stage where they can even forget that actually I'm not even wearing anything today. So when God blesses you with those years, you should also know that aging is a common special need. You can no longer walk to the well to fetch the water, so somebody has to look for the water for you. You cannot get the firewood anymore, somebody has to pick the firewood for you. You cannot prepare the food anymore. You cannot even afford to buy yourself the clothes, people don't even wash them. So when we are talking about disabilities and special needs, we should not dissociate ourselves individually at any point in life. Because one, you can't cheat nature. There are other elements that make us unable to perform our roles. Of course, sickle cell is more pronounced because it comes earlier in life. But there are some that are invisible, arithmetics. And actually these days, some non-communicable diseases, even like hypertension, is also now beginning to be classified as a special need, because you may not be able to afford the requirements yourself. Conditions like spinal cord injuries. These may not be, you may not be born with it, but it can come anytime. Hunchback, cardiac disorders. If you go to the Heart Institute in Mulago, that's when you will know how some of these disabilities can really be debilitating. Multiple disabilities coming in at the same time, or any other disabilities that might be identified in the different categories of people along the way. So when we are focusing on persons with disabilities, we should be looking at it in perspective. How am I affected by the concept of disability? So at most, how are we faring? Of course, now MUST has a policy on persons with disability and special needs, and therefore MUST as an institution, the intention is to mainstream disability issues in all university programs and activities. Now, mainstreaming is easier talked about than done, because mainstreaming presupposes that actually you are getting everybody to understand, everybody to appreciate at the level of planning, at the level of resource allocation, at the level of service delivery. So it is easier talked about than actually done. And now that's where advocacy now is required. Advocacy is required at this stage to be reminded that, look, you seem not to be doing enough in this area. You seem to be ignoring certain elements in this area. The other aspect would be to promote equal opportunities. Now, promoting equal opportunities must be put into context. Equal opportunities does not necessarily mean doing the same tasks, but it means that I should also be given the leeway to say, this one I think I can manage, this one I cannot manage. So equal opportunities doesn't mean that we can all run at the same pace, we can all walk at the same pace, we can carry the same weights, we can handle everything at the same time, the same way. So equal opportunities means that you should also be able to appreciate my strengths. Don't dwell on what you see as weaknesses within me. Give me the opportunity to dwell and bring out my strength. I utilize my strength to contribute to this society, to this community, to this institution. So many times, when we say, okay, you are saying equal opportunities, let's go to the football pitch and all play football together. That's why we have para, okay? Because we know, yes, this person also admires footballers. How can I make it possible for him, this time I'll say, or her, to also have a level of participation in this sport that he or she admires? Not necessarily that I'm going to play in the national team, but I can play in the national para team. The other area where we need advocacy is when it comes to creating a conducive working and learning environment. Conducive learning and learning environment has got many aspects. It could be structural in terms of the physical environment that we are working in. But it could also be in terms of resources available to enable you to perform your duties. Now, this is now where sometimes the conflict of interest now comes in. What do we provide first? So that is now where advocacy now is required, saying, oh, by the way, even when we are looking at this small resource, everybody should be enabled to be able to bring out the best that they can in themselves. And of course also to promote conscientiousness. Angela was talking about the salience of the language we use. Sometimes when we are referring to certain individuals, communities, or societies. There's a time when we are doing some field work in one of the districts in Uganda. And this person whom I was working with was saying, when you see a very short person in this community, don't assume they are all children. And I said, no, you are not being fair to this community. Because there are some communities that may not necessarily be the same height with others. So he was saying, no, if you go to that community, make sure that when you look at people who are this tall, don't think that you are dealing with children. You might be dealing with grandparents. So in other words, the conscientiousness of how we appreciate certain communities. Because of all the things, why did the height of the people in those communities come to his mind? You see, there's already that kind of stereotype of knowing that, oh, these are not as good, as the others. So conscientiousness is something that we must appreciate. Some people have actually been insulted by virtue of their visible disability. And then you start wondering, whose fault is it that maybe I find myself with one arm? Whose fault is it? I didn't trade in it. The other challenge that is ensuring disability user-friendly services. We have a policy being implemented as one of the cross-cutting issues in this university. It's under that policy arrangement that we are having this meeting here. But we must also appreciate that sometimes the user-friendly services that we think we have need to be improved upon. That is where also advocacy comes in. So, oh, by the way, you are putting up a new structure. Are you bearing in mind in this? Because there are now national standards, but there should also be location-specific standards that we should also be able to look at. I'm glad that when we are introducing ourselves, we are members in this community, but representing different constituencies. We do respect, encourage, and promote partnerships and collaboration with all stakeholders. So I appreciate those who have come from organizations outside MAST. And we look forward to having more input both ways. And from you, you also possibly pick something from us. One thing as a university that we should be doing, that we should be spearheading, is research. We need to be able to undertake research in disability and special needs studies, so that we can have evidence-based interventions at institutional level that we can still be able to recommend to other members in society, that can also influence the policy discourse at the national level. What we have at national level can only be strengthened by input from grassroots research. In conclusion, I will say that MUST as an institution is committed to implementing the institutional policy on PWDs and special needs. We already have a focal person, we have a coordinator, we have some rudimentary facilities to enable participating in some of these functions. So as an institution, we are committed to implementing a policy that is able to bridge us to the national and international levels of consideration. Also, the university recognizes the rights of PWDs and requirements. The question is, if you are recognizing them, are you providing them? Because recognizing and providing may not be balancing. And that is where we still have to strengthen our advocacy. We need to continue the stakeholder engagement to promote all the efforts to mainstream PWD's issues in the university and subsequently the community. Thank you for listening to me. It has been my pleasure and I've been a very good audience. Thank you.
Another round of applause for the Dean. Thank you so much. From the Dean's speech or presentation, we get to learn that sometimes people may not talk about their impairments due to our societies, like I mentioned earlier. Dr. Aaron Lawrence told us from Chambogo that a student had epilepsy. Now, I'm talking to hostel owners, yes? And the leaders who come in somehow. The student was given a bed to sleep on the decker up. But one day she got episodes and fell off. And they wanted to sue the university. But during admission, there's where you write whether you have any disability. This student had put none. So the university was saved. Hostel owners, when you're taking in students, do you ever find out their disabilities or impairments? It's food for thought. The university sponsored me to go for training on how to handle persons with disability in South Africa. But I would love to share a story that will inspire some students right here. There was this gentleman called Trevor Chumbe Vumbizele from Zambia. He was, he's a Vusumuzi, Trevor Chumbe. He is an editor who stays in South Africa but Zambian. In brief, his story, he was in school. And while in school, he could not tell spellings. He could not tell the differences of spellings, which is a condition known as dyslexia. He could not, words don't make meaning in terms of spellings and what. He confuses words when he reads them. So he spoke about what they call embracing change, life-changing situations. While in school, they had a teacher who always told him, look the other side, I don't want to look at ugly boys. I'm pregnant, I might have a sick child. This boy said I could not talk in class. Then there's a teacher who had to beat him all the time. So the grandfather wanted to go to school to check him out and tell the teachers to stop beating his grandson. The grandmother said, no, you'll bring him problems. But he was transferred in secondary and went to another school. There he met a teacher who told him, you cannot spell, but you can be someone else. You can speak. You can make it when you speak. So the parents were so poor, they could not afford a meal like all the 3 meals in life or anything. So what he did, Mr. Bafunde was his teacher in secondary school. So Bafunde unlike the primary teacher, told him he can be someone. When you encourage someone, you never know the words we say. So Mr. Bafunde told him, you cannot spell, but look out for your strength. You can speak. So fortunately, he wanted to do law. He missed law by 1 point. And when he missed the law points, he went for a course that he didn't really like. But around during his vacation, someone told him, you can speak. Can you come and work on TV? While working on TV, someone spotted him and said, this boy is good. He's very good. He can speak. Remember, they told him he can be whatever he can be. So in long and short, Trevor later went on and on. Then another newspaper identified him to be an editor. Remember, he can't write. So now he was fired for writing badly. He was fired, but later became. So fortunately, on TV, he was noticed by the president, Mugabe, by then. Mugabe told him, Mugabe fired him because he was anti-Mugabe. But the opposition took him up and he started writing. As we speak now, they read his paper in South Africa and Zambia. So what we say as teachers who are here, whatever level, you either break or make someone. When a child has an impairment, encourage them after seeing their strength. I can say that Kaija can write and speak. But what is his weakness? Don't capitalize on the student's weakness. As a hostel owner, these PWDs might annoy you, but do you have the patience? Do you have that patience to be a parent? Every time I see a PWD, they move me. Can you find them on campus when they're moving and can I help you? Let them say no. It begins with us. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite the Deputy Dean, who is going to tell us about life at campus with impairments. How have these people lived? How can we see them move from hostels in village, hostels in Kashanyaras with a hill and dust and stones? Disability is not only physical, it can be mental or it can be psychological. Dr. Maureen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Angela. I'm not a doctor, that's a lie, Angela.
We'll finish that part.
And you're continuing it. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I also welcome you to this meeting, or whatever we want to call it, but we are here to engage and learn from each other. The Dean has touched on some of the things I wanted to talk about, like special needs as a cross-cutting issue. It's something that we indeed may encounter as individuals at one point. As we continue growing, we don't know what will happen to us. But we already have people we live with, people with disabilities, amongst ourselves, staff, students, and many other people that we encounter on the way. So he talked about cross-cutting issues, he talked about issues of equity, how do we ensure that we create an enabling environment for somebody with special needs. He has talked about rights, like we all have rights, so we also need to embrace the rights of people with disability. He also mentioned something on mental or emotional or psychological challenges. That's a special need that we don't, that is not seriously focused on. Even when we receive students with special needs, it's not among them. But as we interact, as we continued working around issues of special needs, we realize that actually mental illness and mental health is a big, big thing, especially with the category of students that we have. Growing up, transitioning from from youth or young or whatever, teenage to young adults. They face quite a lot of challenges. So I'm supposed to talk about life at campus and surrounding areas. Life at campus for somebody with special needs is quite challenging, very challenging, because campus is fast-paced. You're here, you want to study, you want to go. We are here, like now, what is happening, we are preparing for graduation tomorrow. So if you come with a special need and you want to see the academic registrar, at this point they may not even be able to help you because there is, so we are busy doing planning for graduation. We are having graduation tomorrow. The semester has just started. Next week, everybody wants to teach, wants to study, so it's fast-paced. Before you know it, the semester weeks are over, and you want to move on. The lecturer wants to teach and finish. So it's quite tough. Identifying somebody with a special need is also a challenge. As a university, we admit students on government who are admitted on that government scholarship for special needs. They've missed the merit, and then they apply as people with special needs, and they are considered on that ticket. So we get to know those ones, because when they come, we are informed we are getting so many students with special needs. But usually we get very few, 1 to, the highest we've ever got, I think, are 3 per year. So usually we get 1, we get 2, and when we get many, we get about 3. So at any one point, we usually have about 6 to 7 students across the years on government scholarship and with special needs. So those ones, we get to know them because they've been admitted on that special needs ticket. So those that come on private, it takes us time to know them because there is stigma. There is some stigma. They don't want to be open, like Angela was talking about, of this student who fell off a decker bed because they did not say this kind of special need they had. So it's quite challenging getting to know them. Stella here always puts up a notice, please come and register, please come and register. And sometimes they don't come. And then their friend gets concerned, they want them to come, and maybe they don't even come, or that's when they endeavor to come. So it's quite challenging, even for us as people who want to support them. We don't know them. We don't know all of them. We know quite a few of them. So the stigma is still there that is attached to special needs, and we also need to support people along that line. We need to be observant and see if we see somebody struggling, maybe to approach and ask them. Of course, they didn't talk about the facilities. Yes, we are trying, but they are quite inadequate. They are not enough. The time we have a student with a huge special need, he's in a wheelchair. So when they told us they were giving us that student, we said, we don't have the facilities to accommodate him. And indeed, we still don't have them. But this young man was determined to come to MUST. And he has persisted, he has managed. He's now in his final year or 3rd year. He's in third year. He has 1 year to go, and he has been studying well. So we thank God for that we were able to accept him to come and study at this university. And he has managed, even with our limited facilities, because the toilet facilities, we don't have anything special built for such kinds of people. So it's a challenge, but he has managed. Up to now, he's still managing. So when we talk about accessibility, for instance, crossing, I'll use this same example. He's on a wheelchair. He has to move from the hostel, cross the road. Sometimes the lectures are in the upper campus, so you can imagine that kind of challenge in terms of accessibility. We don't have the zebra crossing, even if it's there. Even when it was there, students were knocked, even staff were knocked at that gate. So it's a challenge to say a student will be safe. Maybe if he's on a wheelchair, it is very, very challenging to get traffic slowing down at that place. So accessibility becomes a big challenge. Some lecture rooms are, they have to be, he has to be wheeled, or they have to walk the steps or the ramps. So it's quite challenging. And our appeal is like, can lecturers understand that if the lecture is at 8, this person might be a few minutes late because they cannot run at the same pace the other students are running. We have a campus at Chumuro. Again, the same challenges. Fortunately, the buildings at Chumuro, they've catered for that. There are ramps, where there are no ramps, there are lifts. So at least accessibility is easy. So for us at the hostel, a student with special needs can only stay on the ground floor, which is, it may not be comfortable for them, but they cannot access the rooms that are on the upper floors, because when those structures were being made, that was not a consideration at that time. But we endeavor to see that at the ground floor, can they access the facilities, however inadequate they are. So there are ramps, and where there are no ramps, there are lifts. So again, for Chumuro, if a student chooses not to stay within the campus, again, it will become a huge challenge. I remember some time back, we got a student who was admitted at the Chumuro campus, but he didn't complete his program. He had a special need. He was working on clutches, and he was staying at Tank Hill Hostel. That time we didn't have hostel facilities at Chumuro. So it became difficult for him. When I tried to talk to him, he was like, I have a car. Oh, okay. But still, I think it became quite expensive for him to drive from Tank Hill Hostel to Chumuro, and eventually he abandoned the program. So those are some of the challenges that somebody with special needs will face here at campus. But amidst all those, there are also some good things. I've already talked about ramps. When a need is identified, for instance, there was, when you come through the gate to the Dean of Students' office, there used to be steps. So a need was realized that we need to remove the steps and level, so that somebody walking can easily walk instead of having to go on the steps. So as soon as a need is identified, we try to work about it. Of course, with resources that are available, we try to use them to the maximum. There are some positives. The ramps are there. The students who are admitted on government special needs program, they get a small allowance to facilitate them. It's so small, I won't even mention it, but at least they get it. At least they get it every semester. And it adds a little bit to improve their quality of life, but it's limited. But at least it's there, and as long as it's there, we appreciate it, but we would appreciate more if resources allowed. We have, in the Department of Dean of Students, very supportive staff who have helped these students. There is a staff where this student on a wheelchair sleeps. There is nothing he doesn't do. He becomes a messenger, he becomes a parent, he runs errands for this boy. If the family sends something on the bus, he will run and pick it so that this boy can be, or this student can be comfortable. We also have very good students who support their fellow students. you'll find this boy with somebody to push the wheelchair. And this is another student on the same program, but they make sure that at least they will arrive at the lecture room together so that this person does not miss out. And maybe administrator, faculty of medicine, when this colleague who is pushing delays, please consider him because he's providing a service. He's providing a service. So we had very good students supporting their fellow students, and even students who accept to reside with them, because we realize that you cannot put a student with a special need in a room alone. It wouldn't be fair. So students accept to stay with them and stay with them all through their stay at Again, there is a time we had a student who couldn't sit on the stools in the laboratories. So a need was expressed, and the faculty was able to provide a stool where this student could fit and also attend lectures comfortably with the rest of their classmates. So the needs are different, so we try to address them as they come. We also appreciate the collaborations we've had. I want to appreciate Stella. Stella moves out, reaches out. And all of you who are here, who are not members of the MAST community, are here because of Stella. Stella will reach out, you visit different organizations, and as a department, we've come to know them. And some of them have actually supported our students. They've supported our students. We had a student who had a challenge. She couldn't study well. She had issues of tuition. She had a mental disability, but she got somebody. She got an organization to support her, but unfortunately not on this university. But we also appreciate that because she was able to move to another institution where she could be supported. And now she has no issues of tuition. She's happy, she's progressing, she's studying very well. And we thank those organizations that have agreed to partner with us. We have, we are yet to see, but hopefully we shall see results. Cyber School Technologies came and assessed students with special needs. And I recently got a call and they are promising that the assistive devices will come very soon. So those devices, when they come, we know they will make studying better and more enjoyable with these devices that are meant to help them study. We appreciate the organizations as you are introducing yourselves. Those of you who have come. We know in you we have partners that will help our students. And we also welcome more partners. You come and join us, and together we assist our students and our people in this institution. We are still a long way, definitely. Like Oliver Twist, we always want more. And already what we have is little. So I'm happy the planner is here. I'm happy the planner is here to hear us and know that indeed we have a great need. We have, yes, resources, we also appreciate, but the resources are limited. There are so many activities that we have to do, but we endeavor to ensure that something is done for special needs. If the resources are limited, we will say, okay, let's put on hold some of these activities, but make sure that something on special needs is done. So, private, I had talked about private students, then private hostels. It's something we've not been doing. When we come to hostels for inspection, we don't seriously look at that. We've been looking at sanitation, we look at security, but access has not been our big thing. So maybe it's one thing we are now going to include. Is it possible? Can you put a provision for people with special needs to easily access the hostel, so that when we know, then if we can't have, if they don't want to stay in the university hostels, then we know where we can send them. You know this hostel, they've tried to improve on their accessibility, so when you go there, you'll be fairly comfortable. So can we also think up along those lines, have a space where access is improved, where you can have ramps, and so that students are able to access surrounding areas, this whole town. But this is outside our control. It's outside our control as a university, but hopefully we shall keep engaging the community. Maybe as we interact with them, people can start looking at their structures and making them more accessible for people with disabilities. So I think basically that's what I can say, that we are making progress, but we still need more in terms of resources. We still need more in terms of partnerships. We still need more in terms of collaborations, and we still need more of these engagements, so that as we engage, then we shall appreciate special needs more and more, and we shall be able to support our students and our staff better, and our members of the community. I thank you, and may God bless you. I'll skip here. We'll go to the person next to the dean. Yes. Tap in for me, our student. Is that it? Yes. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I can't stop the thanking you enough. It's a Friday, it's graduation eve, it's everything, but you're here. Thank you for coming and staying with us, especially that planner. That one I'll thank again. Um, Thank you again for coming. Thank you for sparing time. Ladies and gentlemen, you realize that we do not like, not we, reading is really not embraced by everyone.
We can write the policy, and the policy is in paper. The policy is kept in the shelves. Yes, I encourage all those. I've had the district person, I've had leaders, I've had the primary school teacher. Can we start in primary? Dramatize all this. Make videos out. People would prefer to watch than to read. The books are boring in the sense that, does it cater for everyone? Our policy is brailled. We have like 10 copies that are brailled. But how many people have ever asked for it? You get my point? But if it was the video, you can listen. Those who can't listen can be told what's in there. That's just food for thought. Before we go for a healthy break, Dr. Antaro will tell you that we need to stretch a little bit. Just stand up a little bit. We stretch before we listen to the person between us and food. Okay, do you have a paper? Get a piece of paper. Do you have a paper? Thank you. Find a paper. Still, I can stay seated. Because now, I know why I need you seated. Yes, I need you seated. Because I'm going to take away some of your limbs. Okay, thank you for getting the paper. Get a partner, 2 by 2. We are 2 people. Get a partner. Sophie next to Stella. Yes. Mr. Dean, you have a partner. Yes. You all have partners. Can you put the paper on the back of your neck? Now start drawing the face of the person you're looking at. Your partner, draw the face, circle. Draw the circle. Put the eyes. Put the nose. Put the nose. Put the ears. Put the galvin if they have them. Put the hair. No, you're not drawing. Put the hair. Now show them the picture you draw. Now keep that in your album. Keep that in your album. Please take a seat. Write your name, that is your face. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. A.S.C.J. Stewart has been with us in this journey since he got to know us. He has inspired many, he has brought many to mast, and many have supported. He has come to us and given us insights of PWDs in our communities, especially Barara. The good thing, Stewart is exposed with both Kampala and Barara. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot talk more than that before I invite this gentleman. Stewart, the floor is yours. And thank you for loving Mast.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This is my face. Drawn by Maureen. Maureen, this is my face according to her. So I'm Oyesite Robert Stewart. I'm a team leader at Oyesite Special Child Foundation. This is an NGO in Ruti, Barra City. I promised myself when I started working in 1986 when I was teaching at college, a school for children with disabilities, that when I make 60, I will go home. So on 30th of March this year, I made 60 years. And retired from Chambogo University as a lecturer in the Faculty of Special Needs and Rehabilitation. So I'm a senior citizen. respected in my village, and I'm now here with you. At night, at around the 2 a.m., my dog barked. And I tried to peep through the window. I could not see a person around. It continued, and then I had an alarm on my car. Then opening again, I saw a man in jackets running and jumping over the fence. We had to wait till morning. 2 number plates from my wife's car and a number plate from my car, the back, are gone. So I called the police. We took the dog. We went, but after some distance, we reached the main road, and the dog was confused. So now we have started with the one in charge of tracking. That's why I called Stella, that I will come a bit late. I was supposed to be here, I think, earlier than this. Where Uganda has reached, you can now see. The plight of the head, the top, the face. The plight of students and staff with special needs in higher institutions of learning. You can move those ones. Oh, they are in power. So the plight, when Stella told me to talk about it, let me recognize Mugume Abe, Education Officer Special Needs, Mbarara District. He's my friend and one of the people. He's my OG at Bishop Stewart long time ago, but I was ahead of her. As she still is, she was one of the most beautiful girls in the college at Bishop Stewart. So when I was trying to look at this topic, I looked at the word plight. In English, it is explained as something dangerous, as difficult and unfortunate situation. And when we complete the plight of students with disabilities and other special needs in the universities, definitely you can see we are talking about that difficult situation that this person lives in, that unfortunate situation that this person lives in, and that dangerous one. Because just to go in the middle of the presentation, somewhere you see the first picture in the middle. You can see, I don't know whether it can be seen well, but when you see, this is, can we improve on the light? This is an entrance to the classroom. This is an entrance to the classroom. I was visiting some of the schools in Guru. These are stones, and children jump from here down, and then they walk, maybe to some other classes or the compound. You can see this kind of situation. There is no ramp. Even the steps that were there are no longer there. So that difficult situation that this person, this child, is in this class and is supposed to go around the school. She talked of accessibility. This child will remain in class. That is if she is lifted and put in that class. Otherwise, she will not go there. So that dangerous situation that these students are going through in universities, you can go back, in universities. Because when we talk of it literally, when we talk of it generally, when we talk of it without going into its depths, they will say, no, he's at school. This boy is at school, he's studying. Deborah, I recognize Deborah is, sorry, is my OB in primary school, OG in primary school. I have so many people here. You are welcome. Then special needs, we are looking at something of various difficulties, such as physical, emotional, behavioral, or learning disability or impairment that requires an individual to require additional or specialized services or accommodations, such as in education or recreation. I remember last time when I met some of you, I gave an example of accommodations. Accommodations, for example, in education, and that time I gave an example which I will again repeat. I was in class teaching these students who come from senior 6 and go to university. There was a boy called Peter. I would teach. He would just keep looking at me. Whenever I turned my eyes and looked at him, he would dodge so that I don't ask him. This boy was a stammerer, and he didn't want me to say, Deborah, tell us. He would spend 30 minutes just talking about what, giving you an answer. So one time when I was going out, he came following me. I had thought about 6 times. He came following me. And then I heard somebody running. Then he said, excuse me, sir. Then I stopped. And he said, when you are teaching, of course, when you are teaching, I follow you. I understand what you are teaching. But I fear putting up a hand to give a response in class, because other students may not be as patient. Some of you may laugh at me, but I follow, I understand, sir. So don't judge me that maybe I'm not following or maybe I'm not cooperative in your class. I said, it's okay. So next time, when I was teaching and I was asking, I changed now this, putting up the hand and giving me a response. So I would ask a question, and then I say, can you get pieces of paper? Can you write your answer? 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 Then they write. Then I say, can you exchange? Then they exchange. Abed reads his answer. This one reads. I would target to make sure that his answer is read within my class. You understand what I'm trying to? So he was involved. So later when we completed, when I was giving them a farewell after my lectures, he again followed me and said, you are the best teacher I had ever seen. Because he was now participating in my classroom, his answers were also read, he was following like others. That is an accommodation. So when we talk of reasonable accommodation, that is something that you can do that can bring this person part and get involved in the teaching learning process. When you pick a student that is at the back and he has hard of hearing, and you bring him nearer, closer to the chalkboard, to the source of sound, and he now follows, that is accommodation. When you are able to sign, as you teach, if you know sign language, and you are explaining, like I know little, like tomorrow I'm going to see my mother. That is tomorrow, you have this. I said, tomorrow I am going to see my mother. Mother is this one. So that is still accommodation. So that is special needs. And those days, we used words disabilities. And the disabilities, we focus mainly on the one with intellectual impairment, the physically disabled, the hearing impaired, and the blind, the visually impaired. But with time, it expanded to these other situations that disturb, that interfere with the learning of this child in the school. Like, for example, when thieves came, I got disturbed, and when I was coming, I had my nice shirt which I was supposed to put on. I wanted to look like a pastor. The head was off. I ended up putting on this one. Supposing this child is going through the same, The uncle sleeps with her every night. And when she's at school, she's thinking of what will happen again because she doesn't want. When you are teaching, she's just looking at the ceiling, how she will manage again. Social-emotional. It's not a disability, but it interferes with learning and the participation of this child. So it's a special need. So special needs include disabilities and all those other factors that interfere with the learning and the participation of the child in the school, in the classroom. Yes. I again introduce Pastor, the university councillor, as the member of OSG Special Child Foundation. And whenever we have some programs, like now we have a program for autism, he's the one coordinating it. So don't see him near me. He's not yours, he's mine. In clinical diagnostic and functional development, special needs refers to individuals who require assistance for disabilities that may be medical, mental, or psychological. That's when somebody has mental health issues, he's running there. When somebody has some medical, whatever. So they will talk of special, he has a special need and he requires some support, either psychological support or any other. Currently, I did a lot of writing, and good enough all of you can read, apart from, I know you cannot, but I will be reading, and I recognize your presence in the classroom. What is the color of your t-shirt? How did you know that I was asking you? Eh? So it is red with the green color. Do you agree? Okay. So currently, special needs as a terminology is mainly used in education circles, and at times it is referred as special educational needs, because this person is in the classroom and these needs are affecting the learning. So at times they are called special educational needs. According to UBOS, the report that came out in 2016, 12.4% of Ugandans have got some form of disability, meaning approximately 4.5. By the way, even here, when we talk of disability, we may get like 2. When we talk of special needs, I think, okay, if you know you have a special need, put up your hand. And you are leaving your hand down, and yet you are blind. So you can do it again. I'm not tiring you. Do it again. Even me. So meaning you will find 0. Maybe something percent like our 2 friends here. But if I'm to sit with you, you may find you have 70%. I came to Mbarara Municipal School some time back. I don't know whether I talked about it the other time. There was a head teacher, some head teachers that retired long ago. I told the head teacher, when I'm talking about the truth, I don't mind even talking about the institution or even talking about the person. So I went and said, I have my time now, get some time. I want to talk with the teachers on how they can help children with special needs. The teacher, having moved around in his chair, he said, no, we don't have those children here. I said, are you sure? He said, yeah. He had the newspaper, reading. So I said, it's okay. He said, maybe you can talk to the deputy. I went to the deputy and explained. I said, do you have some children that write offline? Do you have some children that instead of writing 9 facing this way, 9 faces the other side? Do you have some children, instead of writing 6 like this, they write it the other way around? He said, there are many. Then I told him that is dyslexia. Problems with reading and writing. We actually moved to some classes and we asked the teacher. We found 6 in one of the classes. So you see a child is in school and you are complaining. The child is not progressing, and yet you find this child has a special need that is within him. Teachers are beating, like even if you use left hand. During our time, teachers would beat us. But that's wrong. Those of you who are here scientists, you know, this right hemisphere controls activities on the left hemisphere, and vice versa. So when you say, no, you have to use this one, you have to write using this one, it means you are now changing so that this side controls this side, and it cannot work. The performance will decline because he will be struggling. So eventually science realized that it's okay. So they never gave me an opportunity. Uganda Matters gave me an opportunity, and we identified some children, and they helped them. So we move we are people with special needs. So, and this Proskovia Nachibuka, in her report, Promoting Rights of Children with Disabilities on the Day of the African Child, published in a document published by UNICEF, she observed that children with disabilities are the most vulnerable group in Uganda, noting that they are abused, they are exploited, and excluded by society, denying them of their right to health protection and education. Abused, exploited, excluded. Our topic is plight of students with disabilities. But these students start from primary school. And actually, when they are overwhelmed by those challenges, by the exploitation, by abuse, and they are excluded, they don't even reach university. But even those who reach university, still you find this. Some years back in the 90s, I was in Busheni. There's a school called Busheni Primary School. It is at Ruhandagazi. I'm the one who started it in 1990. There was an officer in town who would come to the village across in Ruhandagazi, pick a girl who I think was around 14 that time, 14, 15, and was crowding on the ground. She was affected by polio on both hands. This officer had lost a wife out of HIV. So he would go and pick this girl on Friday, remain with her in the house, take her back on Sunday. And the grandmother who was staying with the girl would say, "Hey, Bambi, officer nakunda Monica. He likes this girl." When actually, he was sleeping with that girl every night, every weekend. People outside would think, officer nakunda man. This officer likes the people, children with disabilities. Eventually, this man died. We picked Monica. We took her to our center through an accelerated program. We brought her to Root Rehabilitation Center. She started tailoring. After some time, she went back. A certain community development assistant was from Isinjiro, pregnated her from here when she was around 16, 17. And then when she came back to change, the grandmother came, hey, what do I do? This girl is pregnant. Then I had to ride a bicycle, came here. I was directed where this man was staying. I went there and we talked. Monica says you pregnanted her. He said yes. Doctors told us that when she reaches 7 months, she will be admitted at Ishaka Hospital. Because by 7, if you know of a pregnant pig, the stomach was on the ground. But when the child was produced the man accepted. When the child was produced at Ishaka Hospital, after 2 days, the child died. It was too thin. I went to Ntungamo, started working from there. When I was there, after like 4 years, they communicated to me, Monica has died of HIV. Exploitation. It is also in the universities. Because when they see this girl walking like this, then maybe somebody who fears AIDS will think this girl cannot get HIV. Where can he get? He starts sleeping with the girl, and he's a lecturer, he's a staff in Dean's office, he's what? And they come under a cover, Bambe, you know, these people, these children of ours, these students with disabilities, we need to support them. Kumbe, he's a Satan, he's a devil. They tend to cover that. In the villages, it is happening. A woman comes, goes to, he wants a parish development model, he goes to chairman, LC1, or this leader of what? Oh, this one is our widow, or this is our disabled woman. You just go away, let me talk this one, let me help her. Exploitation. That's why when you go to the villages, you'll find a disabled woman has 6 children, and there is no father around. Whoever pregnant says, Iwe, if you mention my name. And then the other one. And when you go deeper, you try to carry out a study. Not that I was the one getting involved. But any woman, the disabled woman that is approached by any man, this woman accepts to sleep with the man. When I was asking them, they said, it is an opportunity. It's an opportunity. The man has come to. He will say, I will suffer with my children so long as I get what? Get children. Within the universities, it is there. Then the issue of abuse. Abuse and denying. That one is again different. Mainly it rotates around discrimination and stigma. Stigma. Causes of denial. Why do they deny these students, these people, services? Why do they abuse them? Why do they exclude them? Why do they discriminate them? Society constructed ideals of able, normal, and it determines. Somebody will come here, will be short, and stops here. When you look at him, you say, look at this one. Oh my God, disabled. But when you go to the PWDs, when you go to some areas in Kasese, nobody is even mentioning that this person is not normal. So society constructs. So from the beginning, society constructed the ideas of normal and not normal. Just society. That's why you find it different in areas. When you go to those TESO areas where people are tall, it is normal. When you come here and somebody is tall, they will say, yeah. They just look at him. But the other side, it is normal. So, and this led to some members being discriminated against. That is called disabled. And this social model approach focused on obstacles imposed on disabled people in a disabling society that contribute to social exclusion, oppression, discrimination of people with disabilities. And this led to stigmatizing the disabled. So we have got the social model and the medical model. The medical model is saying it is this person you see with a problem. That's why some years back, every disabled person would be sent to the Ministry of Health. Because you need fixing. The eyes, you need fixing. The leg, you need fixing. They would push them there. So that is the medical model of disability. That a person has a problem and we must fix him. Then the social model is saying, no, it is society that has a problem. Because if the entrance has a ramp, a person comes, he has a motorized wheelchair, he comes and switches on and comes and sits there, attends after attending, he goes down and he goes back to the university. He has attended and he has participated. Can we say that person is handicapped? He's not. You can be with an impairment, but not handicapped. If you can sit in a conference room and you know sign language and there is a provision here, somebody is signing, every facilitator speaks and this one is signing, he has attended everything, he writes notes, he goes back, he's not handicapped, but he has a hearing impairment. So when you see these people that we call whatever, I'm talking about the social model. So social model is saying it is the society that has a problem, not this individual, versus the medical model. So this society from the beginning constructed and said these are able and these are not able. And it ends up giving us stigma, stigmatizing somebody. And stigma. Stigma is commonly defined as the mark of disgrace associated with a particular circumstance or quality. People who are stigmatized are treated differently by other members of the community. They are usually marginalized and discriminated against, often neglected, abused or exploited, and always made to feel ashamed. It is unjust and also in clear violation of the human rights of the person that is stigmatized. He stands, what is your name, sir? The one in red t-shirt. Mu? Biaruhanga? Agure? Sorry to use your name. I hope it's fine. Agure stands for presidency in a university. Let me pick some 3 people who are supporting the opposition against Agure. What can you say about Agure? You are in opposition. Stella. You have your candidate and Agure is standing. He can't see. Opposition, what can you say? Yeah. You can see. And this one is, we mentioned somebody, treated differently. Is marginalized and discriminated against. Just focusing on the disability. The last one, what can you say if you are in opposition against Agure? Exactly. Wasted vote. He's not going to see you. He will not even see where he's taking the electorate. He has no eyes. But do you think those statements are correct? So that's how these people are discriminated. This is how people are marginalized. In whatever circumstance, if you're in university, go outside, go to business. The Parish Development Model Committee will say, you are wasting government's money. This one will not even bring. So people with disabilities encounter stigma and discrimination in the media they consume. He starts reading. As soon as he starts reading, then they say, people with disabilities have taken money and they are not taking it back. So there is a lot people write. Recently, I developed some small concept. You will get me some funding. Disability-friendly reporting. We want to bring the media houses together, and we tell them. Because you meet a person and you say, tulina wano kasuru, ono chinechifamisho, chinechifamatu. You hear the terms they use. And they continue even using them in media. Somebody is on TV, is on radio, and you hear, abana beberema mukaga. When you say eberema, those of you who don't understand Runyanko, eberema is something, because when you see, you may say, echija charaba. That's something. And that's how we also talk about people with disabilities. When you go to Buganda, Kasiru, my colleague, Dr. Rutaro, has a PhD. He doesn't hear, he doesn't talk. And he teaches classes that are even for hearing. And you call that person Kasiru? So, stigma goes that far. And then in the communities, they meet stigma and discrimination in the communities where they go. They meet this discrimination at school, where they seek health care. Somebody was pregnant, a young woman was, then the nurse said, Devan kaka. Kaza kumisaka guruka kongo bakatweke. And look at this hunchback, and you are lifting your leg that they pregnant you. Didn't even see how you look like. By the way, who even pregnanted you? And do you think this person will come back to that health center? He will not come back. He would rather die with her pregnancy. Then, among friends, people that surround you think they are friends, but when you are walking, when you reach somewhere where they know they are going to meet some other friends, they can even tell you, by the way, maybe you can remain here, let's come back. Because they don't want to be associated with you, who is limping. Within their own families. A boy in Bushenyi was around 14, was at our school, and the father would give school fees to other children to go first. So one morning, Enoka told his father, Tata, we are reporting the other Monday. Then the father said, you think, instead of thinking about the normal children to go first, and you are asking me, for you I buried you long ago. The boy kept quiet. That evening, he picked Spooner. And he stood at the entrance of their house and told the sibling, my father said he buried me long ago, but this time he's going to bury me. It is going to be real, he's going to bury me. He entered the house. When they were calling the father, the boy was dying. I attended the burial, and the father was apologizing. He's called Mzei Rwabahima, those of you who come from Bushenyi, Ishaka. He apologized that he's the one who killed the child. It was in 1994. So even within the families, and even within themselves, as they internalize negative beliefs, themselves, if they are not well counseled by Maureen's department, if they are not well counseled at their university, they may not even perform. Because, you know, in primary, in secondary, things are, when he reaches university, he sees how the girls are styling up, how the boys are styling, and for him, he has that kind of, you know, like the lips, the mouth is facing this side, and the arm is tilted. And as he walks, the girls walk past. Then he says, by the way, why am I even here following this degree course? Will I get a job? If he's not cancelled, he may even drop out of the university and go. Yes? World over, people with disabilities are stigmatized. And the stigma they experience is often the result of false assumptions. For example, that people with disabilities are unable to learn. So that assumption, that is not true. Then we go, for example, the stigma of disability can extend to entire families. For example, when children with disabilities are believed to be a punishment for a family member having sinned or forbidden. You remember in the Bible, when this man was, the man who was blind, Jesus healed him. And when he healed him, those people that were around asked Jesus, Jesus, tell us, tell us, who sinned, this man or his father or grandfathers or great-grandfathers? Because even during the Bible times, it was believed that disability comes from sin, having wronged some other person, and you are cursed. In the Bible times. So we shouldn't, by the way, we shouldn't even blame people that are stigmatizing people these days. Because it started from that time. But Jesus, those of us who believe, Jesus said, it's not him, not his father, not his grandfathers, but it was done so that the works of the Lord can be revealed in him. Hallelujah. So meaning, when you are helping this person, this disabled person, maybe you are doing some work that God put forward for you, and then he will judge you there when you have done it, when you have performed. And that's why I thank you so much. Dean of Students is coordinating people, he's coordinating parents, he's doing a great work. And God will give you many years. The stigma of having a child with disability means that children with disabilities are often not reported, resulting in their not being included in official statistics. When you go to a school, they will say we have got these children, and then the other one, they will not even mention. Even in the home, when you reach a family, they will tell you 3. And when you continue talking, by the way, there is this other one, as if this one is not a child within the home. So mothers can be put under pressure to abandon or kill their children with disabilities. Infanticide. They kill the children. There are some tribes that don't want to see somebody with a deformity in their families. So families, though, can also stigmatize their own relatives with disabilities. As a result of being stigmatized by family, community, or both, people with disabilities can feel isolated and worthless. If you discriminate a student, if you discriminate a staff, you sit and then you... There was a lady. There was a lady in one of the offices in Kampala. She got an accident, and the conference room was on second floor. She would come and remain there, and then they would say, the head of department would say, no, we shall tell you. Or we shall tell you what we have discussed. One time I visited that office, and I found her. And she was complaining. Why didn't they transfer the conference hall to this room? So, I don't know whether she's still there, but she was saying, I will resign, or I can even kill myself, let me go and rest. It's because of the treatment that they were giving him. So community both people with disability can feel isolated or worthless. They can even take on society's false assumptions and beliefs and self-stigmatize. When you wemboha, who after all, I would rather die. That's why whenever I find a student at university level, those students are heroes. Have moved from primary, he goes to secondary, and then you meet him at the university. These people must be congratulated, these people must be supported so that they complete. I remember the first student that was admitted at university, a blind student, to do some course. I was chatting, we met, we discussed, we talked. And he was saying everybody, even lecturers would say, why have you come? You will not manage. But he managed. As a labor officer, he graduated. You know Africa here. Where is he now? Where is Africa? African. Community Development Officer. He just moves down. I taught him at Tukore in 1989. He cannot stand. He just crawls on the ground. And he refused wheelchairs, I think. Just goes. He's a graduate. So when we hear those people, we say, good, thanks be to God. But it takes a hero. It takes a hero. You can imagine the life we go through when we are at the university. This one, Alfred, is angry, is touching where to pass, and you know some girls, those who think are normal and are able, and they just walk. They can even bring some obstacles so that don't they do it? They do. So that they see how you stumble, how you maybe fall down, and then they just run. Or when this one is deaf and is trying to sign, they just laugh. Ah, yeah, look at this one. We have a staff who married a deaf girl at Chambogo. But somebody met me and said, really? Don't you think Julius has a mental problem? I said, why? Marrying a deaf girl? He must be sick in the head. But Julius feels okay because he did sign language. He's a lecturer in the Department of Hearing Impairment. And I came and told him, then he laughed. He said, they don't know the sweetness in this deaf woman. But still, people, when we are in meetings, and then Julius asks so many questions, then somebody pinches you and says, don't you see? He has a problem like his wife. They will always stigmatize you because of that. But the girl got a very good degree and is working, I think, as a social worker in Eastern Uganda. So, some of the factors that influence the depth of stigma experienced by people with disabilities, one is an impairment type. One will say, I would rather go with the deaf than the blind. At least the deaf can see you. And one will say, I would rather go with the blind because at least you can talk and discuss, if you discuss the development of the family. So this one, the impairment type, also brings the level of stigma and discrimination. The next one is the severity of the impairment. One who is wriggling on the ground and the one who limps. One who says, at least Abel walks like this. Instead of going the one who is. So if it is severe, then they tend to push you. And to me, that's the one that you would be bringing closer, because the one who needs more services and support. And then gender. Women tend to be more stigmatized than men when we go to disability. So when he's a man, yeah, you can give him a job. Because I think they look at, we are going to give him this secretarial job. Then menstrual periods will come in. Then how will he be managing? So they say, we would rather take the boy. Intellectual impairments are more stigmatized. Those who have got problems with what we used to call mental retardation. Now we call intellectual impairments. This one tends to be more stigmatized than the rest. Then girls and women are most affected by stigma. Yes. Stigma leads to people with disabilities being treated differently. Haven't we completed this one? This is the next page. There's evidence. There's evidence, for example, that students with disabilities in higher institutions of learning may be hesitant to disclose to the institution that they have a disability. In part because of the anticipated negative consequences of that action, that students with disabilities may worry that accommodation will give them an unfair advantage, or that it will appear to be to others that they are not competitive enough. So Maureen and Stella, those people and those students, some of them will just die, will not tell you that he has a problem. They will not tell you. Because if he tells you, and tomorrow may be the performance or anything, then we say, yes, we told you. He's mentally something. He's deaf. We tend to judge according to what one has told us. So instead, this student will say, after I've been managing, let me just remain the way I am. And on the positive side, studies suggest that students with disabilities have a genuine motivation to become more independent as learners. So when he reaches positively, he says, after all, I've managed from high school, I will move on. If I manage from the other side, now transition, I will manage. And it has worked for them. That is on the positive side. Yes. Arguably, the most significant barrier to ongoing success and access for university students with disabilities remains a latent disability stigma. They don't want to formally disclose the Disability Support Office. They will be seeing it there. They will not come to tell you. Then you will see somebody and you begin suspecting, but can't he? Even when you tend to approach him, you say, no. Even when you say, no, I have no problem. And yet, the problem is there. So he will not come to Disability Support Office. And students who self-disclose in order to receive accommodation for their disability place themselves at greater risk on a number of levels and possibly being subjected to negative stereotypes associated with disability, inaccurate assessments of their ability to complete university level work, inappropriate judgments by peers. I want to be a counselor. He's disabled. He will not manage. So a person says, I would rather keep quiet and they see me at the top level. You remember the cock with the red thing here, the red fire? Everybody feared the cock because they knew you touch, you get burnt. Until when it fell asleep and some other animals wanted to get some fire to go and cook some food. They came and fire was not coming. They even slept. Yeah. So meaning, if you disclose that you have got this problem, then you are putting yourself at a risk, and other students will not even, the peers will judge you. Lack of accommodations outside the classroom or even increased likelihood of self-doubt and academic anxiety. Unfortunately, from a research point of view, the qualifications and quantification of such stigma, the effects are notably difficult. So we cannot tell that this one maybe affects this person that has it or not. So the research needed further depth study. Interventions. As lecturers, as staff, even as other officers and people from other organizations, in that situation, what do you do? A social model of disability understands that disability caused barriers, understands that disability is caused by barriers to opportunities and participation erected or put forth by society, rather than by a person's physical or mental impairment or difference itself. This model recognizes that people with disabilities can live as equal members within the society once these barriers to inclusion are removed. Both the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and the Sustainable Development Goals support the social model and take a rights-based approach to disability, advocating the removal of barriers to inclusion, including attitudinal barriers to inclusion such as stigma. So the social model says, as I talked about it, it says it's not this person, it is society that has got a problem. So that's the first intervention. That's the first intervention. We must all embrace, we must all acknowledge that it is not his problem. And then we start from there. Our motto at OSJ Special Child Foundation is Incipiens a Potentia. It is Latin, I picked it from Latin. Starting from the potential. If this person can, if he has one hand, and can use this hand to write something, and all this is finished, start from this one. He will manage. If this person can walk, and the arms are not there, start with this, incipienza potentia. Start from the potential that exists, and lift and support this person. Those of you who were here last time, you remember Didas. Didas stops from here. He has no arms. He writes with his foot. So when we were here last, we talked to the lecturers that were here and some staff, and I told them, Didas writes, and he demonstrated, but he doesn't have a laptop. And the staff contributed, and Didas a laptop was bought for him. Let's scrap for him. So he's in Chenjojo, he's our advocacy officer. He graduated with a diploma in community-based rehabilitation and graduated with a bachelor's degree in community-based rehabilitation. I'm now pushing him to go for a master's degree in any of the social work fields. And he calls me, Stuart, my mentor. I'm sitting in the village, I feel very uncomfortable. I want to go for further studies, I want to become a PhD holder so that I work for people. He stops here. When you look at him, whenever I'm walking with him, you see people. You see very many eyes. If we had to count the eyes looking at us, because he walks limping like this. And he's very proud of himself. And I encourage him. One time when I was teaching in Chambog, I called him, I said, come and talk to my students. He came, those girls from senior 6 and the boys, and he greeted, how are you young boys and girls? They first laughed. And then I introduced, he holds a diploma already in community-based rehabilitation. For you, we still count you as senior 6. So now this one is pursuing a bachelor's in community-based rehabilitation. And he has come to greet you. Then they were doing like this. I said, he can write. Then they were wondering, how does he do the coursework? Because the arms are not there. So he said, okay, I can demonstrate how I write. Immediately we brought a piece of paper and he held a pen and he was writing. And they were saying, oh my God, oh my God. He said, I am a celebrity around campus. He said, when I finish, I'll get, and I don't even see a girl that I can marry among you because I need some sharp, bright girls, beautiful ones. And they laughed, of course, you know. But it is true. So exploitation even comes back. I'm sorry. I think I'm remaining with some 3-4 minutes. I'm finishing. Even back home, exploitation, the mother would walk with him to the market when he was in P3, P1. They would walk with him to the market, and then he tells them, yeah, you know, I have this child here, I'm looking. They would contribute money. But that money was not supporting Didas. He would go and use it. So you can see, being exploited by your own parent. Until when he got a funder, he went to the coach model. From there, he went to another school. Then he ended up in Chambogo for a diploma. So even exploitation can be in your home as a person with disability. So these children you see on the streets, don't think they ask parents, you take us for baby. When that money is given, a mother buys a dress. When that money is given, a mother buys a fish and he eats. Like that. Even a father, when a father gets, he can even go that night and he sleeps in a road with that money because at home they disturb with a disabled child. For the last 30 years, I've been working with these children. So ask me anything or I tell you anything. There was a woman in Ishaka who had a child with big head. They caught him twice. He wanted to throw this child into a pit latrine. The head was too big for the hole. Because he was earning money from men, and men would come and see the child there and would not come. So he wanted to protect her business. Eventually, the child died. We don't know what killed the child, but at least not the latrine. Encourage or arrange or facilitate, that is universities, the formation of self-help groups among students with disabilities. You just try to unite them, try to encourage them to get some groups. And as they sit, they brainstorm, they talk about their situations, their plight, what they go through. Because when you are in the same boat, for us, I can go and talk to them, but there are some things they will hide from me, and they want to talk among themselves. Then encourage peer support initiatives. The other ones can be group, but peer support, you can pair them, or you can encourage. Let them select their individuals, and they discuss. Avail information to students or staff with disabilities and the entire community on disability and special needs generally. Correct information can help in dispelling myth. Information gives new hope and confidence. Once this person with disability gets correct information, he will be motivated. He will now say, oh, by the way, I thought, but it is. And it is encouraging. So when you get all the documents that talk about special needs and promoting what, just bring them to the Disability Support Center, to Dean's office, to some department heads. Let them read and understand. Especially if it is talking about the cause, and then it talks about management, then a person will be empowered. Organize disability training for staff within the institution, like what the Dean's office has been doing. Because this is like many times. So let the staff know. Once they know, they will help the other students and some other staff. You know, ignorance is bad. Ignorance is bad. So, but once they know, they will help. Then storytelling and sharing of personal testimonies. There's a time they invited some girl, Kamjisha. And we were on TV, EAT TV. And she talked about her experiences as a person that has special needs. So encourage storytelling. Let a person come and tell you. You know, when I was like the way Didas does, I was in primary, I was this and was this, but I was supported. And then others will see hope in him and the way he has succeeded. Storytelling. And the person feels free. If he's encouraged, he will feel free to talk about it. Initiatives that reach the whole of society through mass media and institution leaders have a role to play as well by amplifying students' stories and voices and spreading accurate information. Let the university facilitate voices of members of the stigmatized groups. Or they organize some concerts. So the university should enact policies that address stigma and discrimination. Good enough, Mbara University is doing great. Can I tell you, even if he's recording, what Mbara University is doing is better than Chambogo University where I have been. You are doing great, and yet our university is the one they say it has moved strides, but you are doing better. I was there. How many of these sessions did I attend? Very few. You are doing great. So the university should enact policies that address. The university already has a policy, but the University of Science and Technology has a policy on disability. And sir, officer, you are the people in government. Mbara University is doing great as far as the policy and its implementation is concerned. Create opportunities for programs that engage students with and without disabilities in unified sports. Dean, you can arrange sports that bring the students with disabilities and those without. And they begin playing together. As they do, they're identifying another one's potential. This is somebody whom you see moving down, but in, what is it called? Rudo or something? Chess. And you find he's really very good. Then they will even nickname him some names. Now he changes from the other boy with a disability to now champion. And when he's moving champion, some others who still hold it negatively will think it is a champion of disability. But eventually it will be understood. So they are very good in bringing those people together. And this improves social interactions between students with disabilities and those without. Any other intervention, depending on the prevailing circumstances, so long as the student himself or herself is comfortable and progressing in it. When you look at this one, it was designed by somebody in Kenya. It is equality and equity for inclusive schools. You can see on equality, same curriculum, same methods and strategies, same time, same space and pace, same assessment, same treatment. Equality. You are bringing everything, it is the same. But is it addressing? Do you think it addresses the needs? Then in equity, you modify the curriculum. So that if you are, the children are supposed to finish the children are supposed to finish in 30 minutes, the other one will finish at 35 or 40 minutes. You are modifying. Varied strategies. Like others put up their hands and then you ask them questions. Or they write and exchange the pieces of paper. Now those are varied strategies. Modifying learning environment. Varied assessment. This child cannot write an examination. He cannot sit in the classroom and write. But now you decide to ask questions and you write for him. Like what now UNEB is doing. He has the content in the head, but he cannot put it on paper. What are those people called? Those who help in writing answers. Yes, transcribers for braille. Then there are the other ones, amanuensis. Give the physical support. So the varied assessment, depending on what you give in form of questions and how they reach that. Then adaptation of instructional something, IMS, and time. Then in liberation, varied curriculum, individualized learning, use of appropriate feedback, necessary adjustments, adapted IMS, time, space, etc. These ones have reached a level that they can participate with the rest of the children in the school. Think lastly. Once people understand that it is possible to make a difference to people's lives by reducing barriers rather than by having to offer medical rehabilitation services, then inclusion becomes more of a practical, pragmatic issue. Students with disabilities will feel at home. Access, when we talk of accessibility, we are looking at the physical. Can I enter the classroom? We are looking at information accessibility. If I'm in class, am I getting the information they are giving? And then participate. One can be in class, he has accessed the class, but he is not participating. So you see children are there. You teach a child, like the other one, the Peter he talked about, he's not participating. And he may access, he may participate, but he's not achieving. When you ask 3 plus 3, 19, he's participating. Can you write? He writes a board like this. He's in class, he has accessed, you are giving information, he's participating, but he's not achieving. So when we talk of inclusion, when we talk of inclusive education, we want this student to be in class, to access, to participate, and to achieve. That's when we say this person has benefited. In the same way, the staff will also feel accepted. If he's given, is provided for, he will also feel accepted by the students he's teaching, and the service and his services will be appreciated. So if I come here and I teach, for example, I'm deaf, like the one I've talked about. He comes here, he signs, and there is somebody who can interpret, and the students are following, they understand what he's teaching, nobody is laughing at him. He will feel comfortable. He will know I'm a staff at Mbara University, and I'm paid for the services I'm offering, and the students are happy. May the good Lord bless you. Do we have some questions that this man can answer before he sits, before he goes to look for the number plates? Do you have anyone you want me to clarify?
Okay, thank you, Stuart. I think I suggest that we have a healthy break, and then the questions will come later. There is something inside that is demanding, and we are having the answer for it. The health break is ready. We shall request that we take health break, and then we come back after that for the next session. That is when we shall have some questions and also the words of encouragement. Please, please, please.
There's a condition called autism. You mean this is a microphone? Yes. I didn't know. I thought it was a design. There is a condition called autism. All over the world, people know, parents know, doctors know that autism cannot be cured. For some 13 years, a certain woman from the Chinese origin carried out a research and established that autism, this person, this child has blocks in the head, has blocks in the chest, and has blocks in the tummy. When you bring the MRI and the CT scan, we will not see the blocks. But you know, for us, we use the Western medicine. For them, they use the Eastern medicine. So she established that those blocks are there, and these blocks can be removed by some massage, which they called Qigong massage. Qigong, Qigong massage. It's Chinese. So it has 12 movements. They massage a child, and within 3 months, the hyperactivity behaviors in the child with autism will go down. Within 6 months, this child becomes social, more social, and interacts with other children. Within 2 years, language comes back. Because the autism kicks off at 3 years, or 2 months and something. Even when the child has started talking, the language goes back. So language comes back. And language is blocked within the nervous system. There is an area called Wernicke's area and the Broca's area. One is responsible for language expression, another one is responsible for language comprehension. So those are the areas that are blocked by those blocks. So that's why a speech therapist cannot restore speech of this child with autism. So when you are massaging the nervous system, within the nervous system, those areas also unblock, and language starts coming back. So our foundation invited people from Belgium who are master trainers. In 2020, we visited Mbara University of Science and Technology. We gathered some lecturers from psychiatry, from physiotherapy, and we discussed with the master trainers, introduced that massage. They explained the research. Then we went to Chambogo Faculty of Special Needs. We invited 30 parents from Kampala. She also explained. And then we were put under lockdown. But we continued communicating. And then in 2021, we invited her. She came, she told me to identify 16 people across the country that she cannot come for our in the Western region only. So I identified 16 people from Uganda. Karamoja, Arua, Masaka, Mbares, they are 16. We started a training online in 2021 September, and in 2022, she came here, we went to Waga, Waga Resort, and she trained us, the 12 movements. As we talk now, those therapists are in their areas, and they are training parents. This massage, we train the parent to work on the child every day. So if you find anybody with autism, just refer them to us. And then we shall explain how it is done and it works. The challenge has been some people, I'm finalizing. The challenge has been some parents that have got those children and maybe had some money, started organizations. You will see autism what in Uganda. So when we try to explain to some parents, those parents have been blocking the massage. Because they are already associated with that, they will say we have food supplements, they will say this, and there is a barrier there. But those people who have come, their children, they have benefited from the massage. And me, I tell them, I invited them myself, we have our foundation, it's not a business, but we can encourage the parents, we train the parent, and the parent goes and works on the child. You don't put money like there is a bottle of water or medicine that you'll be drinking every day. No, it is just that massage that you will put on your child. Take the message, and then these children will be helped. 0772 681 270. 0772 681 270. 0702 102 453. If you want more information, www.osjfoundation.org. osjfoundation.org. You will see what we have been doing. You will see those children. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Oyesije. And it has been working. And he has, as he said, I knew you would not miss to say about that. We are taking a break, health break, and the tea is ready. Mr. Dean, you are going to lead us as we are going for tea. But I will ask Brother Moses to give us a prayer of thanksgiving for the tea, and then Dean and our guest, you are going to lead us as we are going for the tea. Thank you. Brother Moses. Okay, we shall use very simple minutes, and then feel free to come with your tea if you wish to. Just in case you want to take 3 or 4 cups, just come with it, you will be okay, and we can finish in time. We intend to finish with lunch. Yeah, Sarah is still advising that we do a working tea. Big come, then we have a next presenter, so that we finish by lunchtime. Thank you. And then OIT TV, they are advising me we take our group photo now, so that those who want to jump out can not miss our photo. So let's have a group photo, then we go in for tea. Thank you.
ngirire mbabazi nyinje zitakarewaga obuyafera gorogosa eshagamaye kashesheka embabazi zawe Yesu tizigira bugarukiro nizo ziza size bibi awe shagama yawe yonka kabana yewiramasiku habo kutire bibi inzizo konkezo mbabazi za Yesu zampunjiza habo sharaba embabazi zawe Yesu tizigira bugarukiro nizo ziza size bibi awe shagama yawe yonka twijwira amabarage bibi mbwenu nenjeja kugatozya kureke chambuche shakama tweja bite muhaza twere embabazi zawe Yesu tizigira bugarukiro nizo ziza size bibi awe shagama yawe yonka tuwe wabushizo mbabazi habo kwiciriza konka imwaba mwini ecika imurabuce muzakire embabazi zawe Yesu tizigira bugarukiro nizo ziza size bibi awe shagama yawe yonka embabazi zawe Yesu tizigira bugarukiro nizo ziza size bibi awe shagama yawe yonka embabazi zawe Yesu tizigira bugarukiro nizo awe shagama yawe.
Oh my baby, I want to add my name on your identity. Oh my lady, I want to come to your place on a daily. Call herself order for me. Ninyo ndani jakutaka sema mi. Oh my baby, oh igura mami. I wanna run you crazy, say your name like nobody, baby. I wanna run you mad, let me turn you on. Omonji wanje, let me be your boo, oh be my babe. Omorunji wanje, let me be your boo, oh be my babe. bakampenda umutima wisha wagutunga tunga, bakampenda umutima wisha wagubumba bumba. Believe me when I say nikukunda, believe me when I say nikukunda, nikukunda. Abandi bona bakanshobera, abandi bona bakantemora, niwe wenko unkwenda. Abandi bona bakanshobera, abandi bona bakantemora, niwe wenko unkwenda. Omurungi wanje, let me be your boo, oh be my babe. Omurungi wanje, let me be your boo, oh be my babe. It is a belief. If you don't believe in love, it is what it is. I love to love. I believe in love. Yeah.
Yes, akanjirire mbabazi nyinje zitakare waga obuya fera gorogosa eshaga maye kashesheka embabazi zawe Yesu tizijira mugarukiro rizo ziza size bibi awe shagama yawe yonka kabana yewira masiku habo kutire bibi inzizo konkezo mbabazi za Yesu zampunjiza habo sharaba embabazi zawe Yesu tizijira ugarukiro izo ziza size bibi awe shagama yawe yonka twijwira mabarage bibi mbwenu nenchecha kugatosya kureke chambuche shakama twesha bite muhasa twere embabazi zawe Yesu tizijira ugarukiro Yesu tizigira bugarukiro nizo hawe shagamaya.
Oh my baby, I want to add my name on your identity. Oh my lady, I want to come to a place on a daily. Call herself order for me. Minye ndani jankutaka say mami. Oh my baby, oh igura mami. I wanna run you crazy, say your name like nobody, baby. I wanna run you mad, let me turn you on. Omunji wanje, let me be your boo, oh be my babe. Omurunji wanje, let me be your boo, oh be my baby. Bakampendo mtima wisha wagu tunga tunga. Bakampendo mtima wisha wagu bumba bumba. Believe me when I say nikukunda. Believe me when I say nikukunda. Nikukunda. Abandi bona bakanshobera, abandi bona bakantemora, niwe wenko unkwenda. Abandi bona bakanshobera, abandi bona bakantemora, niwe wenko unkwenda. Omurunji wanje, let me be your boo, oh be my baby. Omurunji wanje, let me be your boo, oh be my baby. It is a belief. If you don't believe in love, it is what it is. I love to love. I believe in love. Yeah.
Kakoba boy. Yes, akanjirire mbabazi nyinje zitakare waga obuyafera gorogosa eshagamaye kashesheka embabazi zawe Yesu tizigira bugarukiro rizo ziza size bibi awe shagama yawe yonka kabana yewira masiku habo ziza size bibi abeshagama yawe yonka tuwe wabushizo mbabazi habo kwikiriza konka imwaba mwini echihika limura uchemuza chire embabazi zawe Yesu tizijira bugayo chiro izo ziza
Okay? But sorry, come again. But I have a special need. And if we were to realize around even, like Dr. Stewart was actually sharing with us, you realize almost each one of us has a special need. You may not have a disability, but the special need is there. For example, if I now checked each one of you just on a spelling, just simple spelling. What is the spelling of such and such a word? Some of us would struggle. Something small. Don't think that you don't know. But if you have traces of dyslexia, like we were saying, spelling challenges, you become a case, you become a victim. And you can't claim you don't have a special need. How come that you don't know? And yet, you have been claiming to be knowing. But basically, we want to look at, if we identify these people, what support service can we offer to them to that effect? That's what we are coming to. So the definition of identification is as a process of carrying out an analytical observation on an individual, especially with a special need or disability, with the aim of finding out his or her learning needs. And this the core goal of this is to provide the relevant and necessary support. That's why we do it. Because we have been to schools, we have had the challenge members. I'm the education officer in charge, special needs in Mbarara. If you asked me today, I may not tell you the number of learners we have with special needs and disabilities in the district. Because I'm only one in the district. We have over 200 schools. But I would largely be getting the information from the teachers after having carried out an assessment of those learners and proper identification. But the challenge we have had, and I've come to really appreciate it, the teachers out there don't know how to identify these learners. Very unfortunate. They may tend to look at them, but at times they call them what they are not. They look at a child with intellectual disability. They call him a slow learner. It is different. They look at a child with cerebral palsy. They will tell you he has intellectual disability. Unless that person has multiple disabilities. But cerebral palsy is different from intellectual disability. And being a slow learner is different from intellectual disability. So if you get the distinction between the two, the others, and as we shall see, then we shall be able to provide the support that is really relevant. So here we say we have looked at the identification. Let's look at disability. We are saying that disability is a long-term physical, mental, intellectual, and sensory impairments, which in interaction with various barriers may hinder a person's full and effective participation in society on an equal basis with others. That is according to United Nations Convention of Rights for People with Disabilities. Alternatively, disability is any condition of the body or mind that can be regarded as an impairment now. That makes it more difficult for the person with the condition to do certain activities, that is activity limitation, and interact with the world around them, that is participant restriction. Members, disability is a mindset. I don't know whether you know that. For example, I'm here. I can attend like any other person. Okay? Provided I have my walking stick, provided the room was accessible, provided I have not had something we are talking about stigma, or I mean this kind of labeling, oh, you know, disable, provided the environment is okay, okay? I can participate like any other person around. But if it is like, this one with a walking stick, no, there is no need. That is caution one, okay? Say like, when I was coming the first time I was coming in, I checked the stairs. I mean the steps. I was like, hey, how about this? But I realized later there was also a ramp, because I never expected the stairs here when I was coming, because I expected even other people who could be using maybe wheelchairs, okay? But good enough, the place is accessible. So there, the disability now almost goes away on me, okay? But when the interaction around me is not accommodative, then I become someone suffering the disability. Are we together? Yes. So, and when we focus now on the learning of our students at higher institutions of learning, in primary and secondary, we want to maybe to help all members of the community so that they provide those important aspects in schools, so that these children and learners and students can get to schools and enjoy the learning in the schools. So when we look at special needs, we are looking at barriers, or we say it could be barriers or factors or conditions that may hinder normal progress of an individual. Here, I want us to separate the two in a sense that when we are talking about disability, we can't leave out special needs. They almost go hand in hand, because we have come to realize that when it comes to learning, like I said earlier, someone may not be having a disability, but has a special need. If that special need is not well addressed, if the learning needs of that person are not really well catered for, then that person is bound to miss out. And therefore, we shall not have achieved. Let's look at situations that bring or that subject this person who has no disability, but subject this person to be regarded as someone with a special need or special needs. We are looking at disability or impairments as an example of a special need. Meaning that if I have a disability, it is automatic that I have a what? A special need. Because this disability, like I was saying, if you don't put all those provisions, like I was mentioning, then I will be out of the rest. But if they are there, then I will walk smoothly and do to my best. Then we look at nutrition. Can you imagine? Nutrition members, when we are out there in schools, especially, at least for you people at university level, but this one can also be felt as well. But in primary schools, nursery schools, children are malnourished. When they get malnourished, what happens? The effect goes direct to the what? To the development of the brain. Performance goes down. Some even become slow learners. Some even, they may even develop other defects, okay? Visible and invisible, and in so doing, it dwindles down their performance. Then you find the teacher, some stubborn teachers, I call them stubborn teachers, subjecting these children to maybe caning and all sorts of nasty things, not knowing that the cause was the aspect of nutrition. Now, if a child got malnourished and maybe had his or her brain not well developed, and therefore it has culminated into poor performance, who should be blamed? The child or the one who was providing the meals? I think the one who was feeding the child. So, members, that's why we want to address this right away from down, so that we don't expect it at a later stage to be corrected as such. Socioeconomic status members. Here, children from, can I call them impoverished families, where everything is lacking. Are we getting it? Where everything is lacking. Be it scholastic material, it is lacking. Be it food, it is lacking. Be it bedding, it is lacking. Medical care is lacking. Everything is lacking. Don't expect much from that child. Because at the end of the day, these are the people who may not even make it to move even further than primary. They have already dropped out. It is a special need. The fellow didn't have a disability, but if not well addressed, no more learning. Okay? Then we have members also on the socio-economic aspect. I also want you people to focus on families that have almost all the provisions. They also have challenges, because we have come to realize that some children from big families have been subjected to kind of feeding, okay, which feeding has subjected them to some health problems. I don't know whether you understand. You find a child is like of maybe 7 years, but the child looks like someone who is 21. Have you seen them? And people are proud of children growing up like nothing. Hey, my child. But these children are becoming obese when they are just still young. They end up having health problems like we shall see. So it is either way. So we need to be conscious on both situations. Then abuse. Most of these things the doctor had gone through them. When we are out there, by the way, like we were sharing, when a lecturer utters out a word against a student, especially the one with a disability or special need, it is an abuse to some extent, okay? It can cause an emotional what? Kind of psychological, emotional, discomfort. And in so doing, you will have hampered the performance of this person. So we need also to be conscious of that. Emotional state and so on and so forth. So disabilities and special needs affect the following areas. And when you look at our participation and learning, they largely hinge on the aspects listed there. Disabilities and special needs affect vision. And vision is a central kind of, can I call it, we use vision to learn a lot around us. Meaning that if our vision is interfered, is affected, then we shall have missed out some bit of learning, because we shall not be able to recognize everything the way it is. It can affect the hearing. It can affect the movements, thinking, remembering, learning, communication, social interaction. So basically here, in the interest of time, on part of the identification, I would wish that we focus largely. Are we able to tell that so and so has such and such a disability? Then if we are able to, what support service can we provide so that we address the learning need of this particular student, of this particular learner? So we have a variety of disabilities and special needs. But for my presentation, I largely focused on the following as listed we have disabilities, you called them common disabilities, but they are not only limited to this. Because at a later time you may get a condition which is not in the list here, and you are like, oh, but he told us this, and how come that there is this? But these are the most common. When you look around, you will find that at least they exist in our yes. So we have visual impairment. Under visual impairment, we have people with low vision. We have people who are completely blind as such. They have no vision at all. We have those with hearing impairment, the hard of hearing meaning that you have some residual hearing, but you can use or you can need a hearing aid to amplify the sound, and you can benefit from that. Then we have those with physical, that is motor impairment, intellectual disability, speech language difficulties, especially those who stammer and stutter. We have had challenges with teachers and with learners who have this disability, because teachers tend to label them, their fellow learners label them, and in so doing, they discourage them from learning. Like the other example Dr. Stewart gave, but we need to be conscious of that. Then we have those with behavioral problems, the albino, little persons, those with Down syndrome, those with spina bifida, hydrocephalus, autism spectrum disorder, those with memory deficits. All these are learners that we have in our institutions. But you may not know them, because some of these are seeming invisible. But when you carry out a thorough assessment, you are able to bring it out, and you are able to give the support service. Then we have those with health problems, including those having sickle cell anemia, cancer, asthma, HIV and AIDS, diabetes, hypertension, osteomyelitis, that is chronic bone infection, heart defects, and so on. All those belong to those with special needs. They don't have disabilities, but they have special needs. And these are the learners out there that we have. We have the gifted and the talented. I want to be a little bit particular here, because we have come to realize that some students out there, especially the gifted, have not made it up to the end, and yet they are the most people, I mean, I can say most people want those ones. You are in a class, you are giving work. By the time the teacher finishes giving the work, the child has already finished, and he has gotten the work all right. You know the nature of those students? What happens? The teacher is like competing with the what? With the student. The student wants to challenge the what? The teacher. Now develops a conflict. Now the student ends up even leaving the school, because the teacher will always say, I can't give you 100 because you are not the one who has set the paper. But where have you taken the marks? He can't explain. Conflict develops. The fellow leaves the school. Now the most brilliant is failing to complete the course. It can also happen at university level, but which I think it is not. So those living under difficult circumstances members also belong to those with special needs, especially you can look at children soldiers, orphans, street kids, traumatized learners, and so on and so forth. So all those categories of learners are learners with special needs. They may not necessarily have the disabilities, but the special needs subject them to really live under that circumstance, and in so doing it affects their performance and their usual living. So when we look at the support services, I had enlisted a few. At institutional level, we expect people to provide inclusive learning environment in terms of instruction and provision of assistive devices. Because at our university level now, if you have identified a learner with visual impairment, do you know what to do with that learner in terms of instruction? If he needs, let's say, a brailler, I mean a parking spray like that machine. Provide. For example, in fact, I have a very big issue because there is a student in senior 4 at Rutoma Secondary. She's a student with visual impairment. She's learning computer. But for students with vision impairment, they want computer with JAWS, talking whatever. What are they called? JAWS. Now the head teacher doesn't know where the JAWS are from. She doesn't know. Now they approached me, I asked him, but we're trying to find a way out. But I realized it is a little bit costly, but the student wants the what? The service. So implying that if we don't provide that service, we shall not have supported her. But we shall see collaborating with very different stakeholders and see. Uphold the positive attitude, not attitude, it should be attitude, maybe it was a typing error. Positive attitude, as long as you are able to accept these people, then that is the beginning of positivity. So we are looking at even improving accessibility, bridging communication gaps as necessary as possible. If you received maybe a student who needs sign language and you are not using sign language, what do you expect? So those are some of the modalities we expect. Then use of Braille for the blind and sign language, and provide health or medical services. In my concluding remarks, members, you realize that some students who may be having special needs in your institution that may need regular medication. You need to know that, so that in case the fellow or the student is for his medication, it should not be a worry, or it should not be a challenge to you. So we need to know all that. And lastly, when we look at our institution now at university level, after university, these students are going to join the world of work. Do we have the arena? Have we prepared for them for the world of work, so that it should not be like, he has finished, therefore if he has finished his studies, let him also, join like another person. We need to have a follow-up and support them as much as we can, so that they really feel the effect of their learning. In the interest of time, members, I wish to stop here, and then the rest we shall continue sharing. I wish you the best.
Thank you very much. I think we can continue applauding our speaker for the wonderful and educative words given us. As we can plan to go to the next speaker, the previous moderator left a question that, who can remember by the way? Before the speaker came in, she posed the question. Yes.
The question was, do we go inclusion or we leave it at special needs level? Like
Yes.
having special schools, or we have inclusion?
Yeah, in simplest, she was asking or inquiring, is it good to mix learners who are disabled with those ones who are able, like, or we should put them in a different, actually isolated areas, I can use that word. What are your views? Yes, please.
Thank you so much.
So we are no longer using disabled. Instead, we call them. We first recognize someone with a disability, and then after you recognize him, and then after you talk about his disability or her disability. So they are no longer called disabled persons, they are calling them persons living with disabilities or persons with disabilities. That is in the current Convention of convention of persons or rights of persons with disabilities. Then for the other question, I think basing on what we've been experiencing, because I'm part of this category as I was growing up, you can imagine we should not look at the classroom environment or when the students are in class. We should look much far afterwards what will happen, because we are not preparing those students to study and remain in their classes. After they must go and face the world, they are not going to work with persons with disabilities only. They must go and work with other people in the society. So my point is we should now include them in a school so that they can study together. And if someone is using a wheelchair and you need someone to push him, automatically someone in a wheelchair cannot push a fellow colleague in a wheelchair. So that is how inclusion comes in. We should now include them. We allow them to study with others. If they need assistance, the other ones will assist those with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. I would also like to add on what he has mentioned. One example I would give is I went to a school where we were studying with students who are visually impaired. And growing up from primary, from P2 with them, you're sitting on the same desk. And at break time, you're playing together, you're walking together to the kitchen, you're going to the same many things we were sharing, just a few things which were separated. Most of the classes we would do together, then only I think mathematics is what they would do alone. Then the other classes would be in the same class. And growing up in the same environment, I did not see any difference between us. Like, it came easily that you would associate with anyone and you would find it, you would not see like they are not seeing you, but you would feel anyway they understand what I'm saying. And today, it becomes easy for me even to join to work in an area where I have to work with them every day. So I'm finding my work easy, I think, because I grew up with them and I grew up with an experience that taught me there was no difference. There was no separation. There was no, like, seeing this one cannot afford this. Because most of the time we would handle together. If it is working, they would end up getting used to the place and we would end up together. So I don't believe in having special schools, having special classes, having special rooms, having special, I mean, eventually someone can even learn from what they were thinking they could not do. Where someone would think, I cannot walk, I cannot take the stairs to a place. Eventually they would keep practicing and they get used. So I also think we should share everything.
Thank you very much. Mr. Brian, can you talk about? Actually, this is the last.
Okay, thank you so much. About inclusion and having special schools and classes, I would support inclusion work, but only maybe if some of the challenges are given some solution. For example, we need to think about the challenge of having those ones who are quick learners. Then we also have people living with disabilities. For example, let's talk about dyslexia. Those who need a lot of time and these ones who are learning very fast. What kind of solution are we giving to these learners? The way Mr. Abel was saying, there are learners who are very quick. You have written something, you have not finished, this one knows the answer. But this one needs 10 minutes to understand. How are we going to do about that? How about the teacher who is going to be overworked because he needs to attend to all learners' differences? He wants to attend to this one, he wants to attend to this one, and I see a lot of time wasted in doing so. And many more other challenges, maybe as other colleagues would say, but I would say inclusion would be okay if some of those challenges are catered for. Thank you.
Allow me continue to the next speaker. I'm just requesting time. Please time. Okay, he has said we should consider other factors, but the word inclusion has reasonable accommodation, and reasonable accommodation considers all that. You consider time, what and what, such that we are differently abled, but we have the ability to do what we are supposed to do if given the time and everything. Thank you. At this point, allow me welcome the next speaker, that is Mr. Ntaro Moses, to take us through employment opportunities for PWDs. You're welcome.
Thank you, our moderator and the organizers for this wonderful program. Honestly, my presentation is not going to be focused. Actually, it is shaping in what we have just discussed. That as we prepare everybody, meaning persons living with disability, even others, the job market is the same. So it is important. Yes, there may be other enabling environment put in place, but we should focus on being competitive for the job market. So before I go into the details of the presentation, one, I'll first apologize because this presentation really was touching people who are getting the job market. And when I look around, I see my seniors, my colleagues. Honestly, you're not competing to look for jobs. But the few who are around, it will contribute towards their, towards their future. So let me go quickly. That's my name, Ntaro Moses, from the Department of Community Health, and I'm the acting chair for that department currently. So I use this, I made it as simple as possible. Best match, of course, I would have gone to academia, brought references, that looked at publications, but I felt sometimes those may not be very relevant now. So I focused on experiences and also what others have gone through so that I can make this presentation as simple as possible. And so to make it so simple, and even we are time bad, so I just use this word employment. And using this word employment, we shall look at a few components using the word employment and the letters to explain how you can prepare yourself as a young person to compete for the job market or look for jobs in this dynamic changing environment. So one is I looked at expectation management. The first letter, which is expectation management. It means sometimes as young people finish education, the expectations sometimes are so high. Things that they want to achieve in a short time. I want to get a good job in a short time. I want to be able to do this in a short time. I must be able to buy land in a short time. And so you must put your expectations need to be managed. And this also chip in the following one. When you manage your expectation, therefore aim, you manage your egos so that you are able to take up every opportunity which comes. There are people who say, if they see me doing such type of how will my colleagues see me? Others have gotten a better one. For me, I have not yet got a better one. So it is very important to manage egos and don't minimize any job. Don't minimize any job. P is you put together a CV. As a young person, you put together a CV, not wait for a job so that you can work on your CV. Sometimes that's a mistake. And the only what you can do is you just improve your CV depending on what opportunity has come out so that you are able to tailor your CV towards what opportunity has been put forward. The same P, I added on having a personal development plan. It is challenging that you find sometimes young people don't have a plan. But you must have a personal development plan where you put things academically, where do I want to see myself in the next 5 years? Socially, where do I want to see myself in the next 5 years? Financially, where do I want to see myself in the next 5 years? So have that, and then you start monitoring, seeing how are you progressing on this plan. Then L, I emphasize look out for opportunities. Apply, apply, and apply. What does it mean? When you apply, to just take the paper and maybe the ink that you have used to work on, to produce or to photocopy your document. So don't give up, apply and apply. I added on online opportunities. There are so many online opportunities. And encourage, of course, young people that sometimes we are misusing our, sometimes find the phones are much engaged on social media, but there are many opportunities online. And these days, one of the things that I say to younger people, I say that we must prepare ourselves for a competitive world. When I get opportunities to go out, you find that sometimes they are still looking for workers. And these days, people don't need first work by first going to the workplace. So when you prepare yourself, you can be here in Uganda, but you're employed in Germany, but you're working here in Uganda, and your work is online. So you make sure that under such skills you are up to the task. Then I mentioned under ask volunteer opportunities. Why did I say ask for volunteer opportunities and put that acronym, said A, still apply, A, seek, and then knock. Sometimes jobs may not be there immediately, but look out for volunteer opportunities. It is very easy to go in an organization and say, I've come here to be given an opportunity to volunteer. You will be received better than coming in an organization and you are saying, I have come here and I'm looking for a job. So, and of course, when you get a volunteer opportunity, you are building your skill, you are getting also experience that you can use for other opportunities. We can move on. So then obtain the necessary skills and job requirement. Here, specifically, I've hinted, these, I've just mentioned a few, but there are also more. Make sure your computer skills are good. How is your speed of typing? If you are able to type, how is your speed of typing? How are you able to use these simple packages on the computer that we have? PowerPoint, Excel. Are you able to use the computer to do your literature search? So you make sure you're able to write a report, you know how to write a report. And these things, even you are doing them before you get a job, because you are preparing yourself. Sometimes when you come to the panel, this can save you. The other issue is that if you are able, depending on your ability, if you are able, there are some things you can also be able to have. I talked about things which they always say added advantage. If you are able to acquire a driving license, some young people don't have national IDs, you make sure that's something that you make sure that you get and you're able to have. If you're applying for international opportunities, you are making sure you've gotten a passport. And then also, one other thing that I've also seen very important when you have an opportunity, also get a chance to learn another international language. You train yourself, teach yourself, because it enlarges your opportunities. Like I mentioned, that these are tips of competing in the current job market. The other why I talked about yield tangible results at workplace. When you go to a workplace, whether you are volunteering, whether you have been given an opportunity, make sure that you add something in that organization. I remember the first time in the workplace I went as an intern. And so we are men about 10. I looked around, what are they not doing? And so there was something they were not doing. We are doing environmental screenings, but not writing reports. So I said, every environmental screening we do, I'll write a report and make sure I give it to the manager. Of course, I'm grateful that also God favored me, but when all the other 10 were leaving, I'm the one who was left there and given an opportunity. So make sure you look for something that you want to contribute to an organization and people see that potential in you. We can proceed. M, which is make more meaningful networks. Make more meaningful networks, and I made them very specific. Attend conferences and networks with people in the fields you are interested in. When you know there is a conference, maybe if they are not asking for money, even if they're asking for money, it is simple. You can ask for money to attend a conference which is in your reach, but your purpose, you want to see people who are in your area. Seek to be introduced to some people. Sometimes the networks we have, the few people that we have around us, they also have other networks. Ask them to introduce you to people who can be of help and support you. Seek a mentor whom you can be accountable for. And I mentioned something, carefully seek a mentor, so that in the mentor-mentee relationship, there's no exploitation. And then also belong to and be active in a fellowship for a spiritual nourishment. Don't be isolated. Be part of a fellowship where you can be nourished. And E, engage respectfully potential employers. I put respectfully, what do I mean? Call at appropriate time. There are sometimes we were discussing in one of the collaboration where I belong, and there is somebody who was looking for an opportunity. And so my colleagues were discussing that this gentleman calls you at awkward times. He remembers call over the weekend, he's calling in the night, asking for opportunities. No, you respectfully, you call at appropriate time. Then, be on time for an appointment. When you are called, be on time. The other one, keep engaging the people that are potential employers because they are busy. They are very busy. They can easily forget you. I wanted to start that component, but I think because of the time I'll not give much details about it. But why did I say sometimes the potential employers are busy? So you keep on reminding them and following them up respectfully. So that when an opportunity comes, they can remember you. But if you don't engage them, most of the times, they'll easily forget you. The other one is A, never give up. Winners never quit. And quitters never do what? Quitters never win. I picked one, this experience from this gentleman, Thomas Edison. This is the person who made the bulbs that we always see, the bulbs that we use in our homes. But what did he do? His experiments that he made, 10,000 experiments were failing as he made the bulb. But when they asked him, he said, I successfully found, they never wanted to say that I failed. He said, I successfully found 10,000 ways in which you cannot work out a bulb. So also that carves up the aspect of never giving up. And finally, and least, be trustworthy with resources. When you have an opportunity, be trustworthy. With the time, some people go to workplaces and they're using much of the time to do their personal things. Be trustworthy with the time. The money, when you have an opportunity, you've given an offer, the resources are given to you, be trustworthy as you use them. And of course, finally, trust in the Lord. With those few remarks, I want to conclude my presentation. If there will be any questions, you're free to ask. Thank you.
Guidance on how we can manage to compete favorably on job market. It is always not easy. There is a meme which is always circulating that it is after campus that you realize you don't have any connection. Where you're at campus, you may think everybody will absorb you, but after finishing, you start the struggle. Thank you, Mr. Tai. Next on the agenda, it is students' experiences within MAST and the community, to be presented by I myself. So on the issue, on the topic of experiences within MAST and the community, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, and my fellow students, today I stand before you to light on an important topic of experiences we go through at our university, Bara University of Science and Technology, and the community around us. It is good for the students to understand what you go through in the university, even in the community, such that you can learn how to adapt with what you're going through. For here, we have an important topic that deserves our attention and understanding: the experience of students with disabilities in our esteemed institution, which is MAST and the community. MAST and the border, that is the community, they have managed to welcome us with students living with disabilities. When I was in year 1, there is someone who used to just call me whenever I would reach Corpus. Say, my friend come and would give me 10K. And whenever that person would meet me, the reason was, this is your transport. And he would start with Runyankole. Until when I told him, no. Runyankole, I hear it, but I don't understand it. So that means the community around MAST, we are appreciative. You are welcoming. And you really know our benefit, and we also know your benefits towards us. It is crucial that we acknowledge the achievements and work towards creating an inclusive and supportive environment for the what? The PWDs. At MAST, we pride ourselves on fostering a diverse and inclusive community that values every individual's contribution. However, it is important that we continually strive to ensure that all members, including students with disabilities, have equal opportunities to learn, grow, and succeed. The experiences of PWD students at MAST have been diverse, but one common thread unites them all: the tremendous resilience and determination they exhibit in their pursuit in education and cognitive challenges that can make their academic journey more demanding than that of their peers. Yet they persist, proving time and again that disability does not define their potential. MAST has made significant strides in creating an accessible campus environment with ramps, elevators. Those ones approved in Kumuro. I went there, told me press here, waited for some seconds. I saw something opening. I entered. They told you press the level you want. In 1 second, the thing was opening and moved out. We are so appreciative. Moreover, we have also faculty and staff. Those ones have been trained on how they can accommodate us. You know, we have different disabilities. Yes, I may be physical, but I may be a multiple disabled person, actually living with different disabilities. I may have my mental disturbances. Whenever that I can't settle, but we have counselors. We have our good mama, Madam Stella. She's the lady I can call even at midnight, and she receives my call. I'm very appreciative for it. The Dean of Students, that is the father. Whenever you go and explain your thing, the matter is always handled. That means MUST is aiming at favoring us to achieve our academic goals. However, the experience of PWD students extend beyond the boundaries of the university. They are also members of broader community, and it is essential that they consider their experiences. In that context as well, inclusion does not aim at campus gates. It should permeate every aspect of the society. The community plays a vital role in shaping the experience of PWDs. As I've given a testimony, I wouldn't need even to add. Go to the hospital. You enter, they look at you, they hand you as if you're a child. But that is giving a favorable environment to also make you feel you're a person like any other person. And that has given us morale. We shall always live to witness this. When you look at the accommodation, there is a word, reasonable accommodation and just accommodating. You may be able to have a bigger room that can bring a lot of people, and you compare them there. That is accommodation. Reasonable accommodation is assessing, you go beyond and understand what that person needs. When you understand what that person needs, you give what is relevant at a time to that particular person. For us, if you're disabled and you're at MUST, and you need to stay in halls, either the first floor or the ground floor is yours. And they always say, anytime you want to enter hall, they can displace that person who is not living with a disability and put you because you deserve the right. That means the community and the university at large, it is doing what we call inclusivity. Not just running a policy on cover, but reading what is inside the content, such that they can move the policy as it was stipulated in 2019. It is incumbent upon all of us to challenge stereotypes and misconceptions surrounding disabilities. By doing so, we can eliminate borders and create opportunities for PWDs to fully showcase their talents and skills. Let us celebrate their achievements, not just for hurdles they have overcome, but for the immense value they bring to our community. This is very relevant. Please, if I can give my story back, it is not easy. One time my dad said, I pity you. What can you do in this world? That one couldn't put me down. Until when my grandma said, this is a brain I can go with. And I also continue the same. Right now, I'm not the dad. That person that said, I pity you. I'm the person the dad says, what should we do? I have this, please can you give me advice? To my fellow students, I urge you to be advocates for inclusivity and equality. embrace diversity in all its forms and extend a helping hand to your peers with disabilities. Reach out, engage in a meaningful conversations, learn from each other's experience. Together, we can create an environment that not only empowers PWD students, but also enriches our own lives. If you know you have something you can give me, please don't be mean. And always encourage. If you know you have a special need or you're living with a certain, any kind of a disability, then your heart should be friendly. There is that care. There is that service you want, but you cannot access it. Then embrace people around you. Make them your best friends, such that in case you talk to that person is willing because of your pure heart. Don't carry anything at your heart. They will leave you starving in your room. They will leave you helpless in your room unless you become friendly and help those. If you think that person is unable, please give in, get more. That is an investment in business. As I conclude, because of time factor, the experiences of students with disabilities at MAST and within the border community are varied, challenging, and above all, inspirational. It is our responsibility as a university and as a society to provide them with support and resources they need to thrive. Let us work together to break down barriers, foster inclusivity, and build a future where every student, regardless of ability, can reach their full potential. Before I can say thank you, is Ms. Antara still around? He has just walked out. Sorry, that was for him. I can openly say disability is not inability, and disability is a mindset. Succeed is a must for God and my country. I remain Abiama James. Thank you. I'm still up. I'm running the second last point in agenda, and this one it will require interactions. People had burning issues. I'm back again. I knew Brother Brian had pissed you off, but I'm back. You know, he wanted some point. He had a burning point, and time was running. So we have the people in the community sharing experiences. If you have any touching experience, please, I welcome you. You just make a point, you raise a hand, I reach you.
Thanks very much. Today my voice is poor, but I'll try to be brief. Actually, at MAST is home, because given that the programs of government pertaining education, as you all know, urging all teachers to go for upgrading, I had finished my training, my undergraduate training, and it so happens that a need now came when I was promoted to be a deputy teacher. It now necessitated some postgraduate training in administration or something in relation to that, following the National Teachers Policy of Uganda, which is to be implemented, I think, in 2029. I tried so many universities because they urge that people who are actually on government payroll should go for in-service or at least weekend. I tried so many universities, no university that could readily accept me. And even then, it would mean the weekend or holiday program, bigger packages and to be covered at the short time, of which somebody who has a problem with reading, who has to depend on in most cases, because most of our knowledge literature still remains in print. There is little yet in braille. So I applied to MAST and they welcomed me. But I felt that they might have welcomed somebody because on documents when they have not actually seen the physical what? The physical person. It is on that matter I went to see the dean in the faculty of science, and he pleased me, welcomed me readily, and he contacted friends and everybody was welcoming. Up to now, MAST is at home from the gate to the classroom. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's a really good story and experience.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I greet you all in the name of Jesus Christ, in the name of Allah, and in the name of some shrine, if you have any. Yeah. So, my name is Brian, and I'm proud. I'm a product of MAST. I'm a product of MAST 2016 up to 2019, until I just spent 3 years doing science in planning and community development. I'm a pioneer there. I'm the second year that planning was introduced to MAST, I'm there. So I graduated successfully, and I'm proud of that, yeah? You know, feeling the success, yeah, at MAST. I would like to thank Madam Stella for inviting us. Now I work with Hope Inclusive Development Center. It is a school. It deals with 3 core areas. Environment, inclusive education is there, where we include both. It is the first school in Western region, whether you have, apart from the sight issue, but any other disability, starting with spina bifida up to club foot. You come at Hope Inclusive Development Center, we join different children with those that they think are not able, or the persons with disability. They started together at Hope Inclusive School. Madam Stella came, and James, he's my friend, and I'm not annoyed. I'm not annoyed. You said something there, but I'm not annoyed. They came and visited the place. So maybe you have a child that you know that has any disability, any, apart from the visual, but physical, because we have rehabilitation, and then we have the community-based CBID section, and then we have the education one, functional and developmental. You can just jot this number down, you can write it. Maybe you have a relative that has such a child. You can write this number down, and then you can reach us. It is not all about the money. It is all about understanding and getting to know what we want. 0773 79 19 10. He's called Mr. Ganshanga Ambrose. So you can reach out and ask him about the school, and if you have any aid and support that you can give out, you can still support us in any way. So about inclusion and exclusion or integration. Inclusion is the best because persons living with disabilities at our school, we start from nursery up to P6. They are the ones topping. They are the ones topping the classes. I live with a disability, but I got a second class upper. I missed the first class with 0.005. I'm not bragging, but it is the truth. You'll say, hey, but it is the truth. The documents show. So, disability is just a mindset. It is not inability. I would like to thank Master once again. Thank you for the love. Thank you. And may God bless you. And in Nyait TV, I'm also a musician. Hey, I can sing. It is the truth. Yeah, I can sing. I'm a rapper, so you can give me a chance and I make an advert for you. Yeah. Otherwise, you succeed, we must.
Thank you very much, Brother Brian. Anyone this side?
Good afternoon, audience. I want to thank you for all making it to this meeting, and I want at large I want to thank you so much, the Mbara University team that has organized this meeting, and I urge that more meetings like this should always be made, especially for the disabled people who have disabilities on their bodies. And I thank you for always being there for us and supporting us, especially Madame Deborah and the other lady seated right the other side. I want to thank you so much for always being there for us and supporting us. And I also urge all other people that may not be having any disabilities on their bodies that life is unpredictable. There is no person who is born, or there is no any parent who can produce a child and he wants his or her child to be disabled. But God's plan, sometime it can happen. So I urge some people not always undermine these people. They should always care about them, because even us who are not disabled, that we don't have legs, you can never know what can happen to you tomorrow. Tomorrow you may get an accident and you lose a leg, or you lose what. We have seen these people who are living normal lives but now they are disabled. So my urge is that we should always be there for these people. We should always encourage them and give them the support that they need. Otherwise, thank you so much and God bless you all.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you so much for this kind of arrangement. I really appreciate it so much. I want just to say some lady that I met. There is some lady we met. She's lame, and how she got the amputation was they were moving to some fellowship in a car with a lot of speakers, those things that are used for music. So the car got an accident, and the speakers they fell on her legs, and she got amputated. Yes, she got that kind of disability. But what was so funny is that this lady experienced some worst kind of thing to her, in that the person who was claiming to support, as she went one day to ask for tuition, the person actually raped her inside the office where she had gone. But this person was claiming to help. It is quite unfortunate, because it was quite a very big disappointment to her, and all in her mind was that even the people who are coming to help, their intentions are bad. So I really appreciate this kind of arrangements, because what we try to do is to help her know the power they have as people who have disability, that such kind of people can be really handled so much, and for them they are so much protected. Some of them don't know that they are so much protected, and such kind of arrangements can help them so much. So I really appreciate this, and it motivates even us who have that passion to protect and help disability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I allow you to stop here and give someone who entered direct chance. We joined by Mr. Kakuru, and I would request you allow him have a word to us in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. All our facilitators, protocol observed. My name is Kakuri Charles. I'm an engineering assistant, and I'm a member of council representing non-teaching staff, especially the support staff. I first of all want to appreciate the organizers for the good work, especially Madam Stella. Madam Stella is the administrator in charge of persons with disabilities and special needs. He was given that assignment for the first time in this institution. He started from nothing, except that we had formulated a policy. So in the short run, he has organized workshops, organized funding, organized the students. So I think she needs an applause. I wanted to share my experience. First of all, our members, persons living with disabilities, some of them don't accept that they are disabled. They don't. Because for like members of staff who came out openly to say for us, this is how we are. We are not more than, I think, 5. Yes. 5. Recently, we elected Stella to represent us on council, and I nominated her. Another person seconded, and she was unopposed. So you can imagine that kind of election. Yeah. And the previous council, I'm the one who nominated her and seconded her. And there are many people who are there. Of course, you cannot force someone to say, you join this category of staff. So I think last year, but one, there was a theme on the National Disability Day, which was saying this: not all disability is visible. When we are talking of persons living with disabilities and special needs, sometimes we don't. They cut across sometimes. And I think we shall, at one time, need to have a register of those people with special needs, so that we can easily budget for them, prepare for them such workshops and the like. So like now, like students, we don't, some of the assistive devices, the university as an institution have not provided anything. Yes. So they cannot plan for them when we don't know how many and what do each of them need. This brings me to the issue of inclusion and reasonable accommodation. Of course, reasonable accommodation is all about equal opportunities. We are supposed to have representatives on all university committees, including council Senate, and other internal committees, so that those members advocate for the fellow members of staff and students. So that one, I think we have, I can give it 20%. We only have a representative to council, only. Other committees, we are not there. And that is a very big gap. We cannot address the issues we are raising when we don't have representatives on those committees. Where I can say we are trying is in buildings. At least the new buildings, we provide for electronic lifts, we provide for ramps, but the old ones, those persons living with disabilities cannot access. They cannot. And even there are no facilities provided for them. Probably on the issue of jobs, where my brother presented, like I said, we are not represented on such committees. We have internal appointments, internal what. So, but outside there, for example, in districts, it is a requirement that a district service commission, when you appoint a district service commission, that committee, at least one of them should be a person living with disability. Yes. And even in other, I attended a workshop for this parish development model. There is a percentage that is ring-fenced, that this actually it is 10% of the total money is reserved for persons with disabilities. Even on the selection committee of those who are going on these government hubs for DIT, there must be a representative. Actually, it is very clear when you read the Disability Council, that representation should be everywhere, so that we feel we are represented, we feel we are not left behind in that kind of representation. So I thank you all. Madam Stella, thank you for organizing such workshops. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kakuru. I have some points to pass across. One, in addition to his point of representation, we are supposed to have a technical team for PWDs. I think since I joined leadership, I've never seen one, because I'm supposed to be part of it. And I don't know how that one can be addressed. Another point, that's why I came to stand near the Focal Medicine Administrator. You see me. How do you see that I'm competing for points in shifts for practical at the same pace with somebody who can just run? That one should be noted and taken. I know I've communicated with the right person. To Ms. Antaro, the chairperson, LCP, COBAS. What can I say? Yes, I was in a placement some time back. I finished LCP. And these are my experiences while in the LCP. One, the facilitation is equal, but whenever I was going to the community, I was transporting myself and my friends were walking. So I don't know how that one can make us achieve the same results. Because sometimes if I lack the money, that means I will remain in the guest house you gave me. Actually, you sent me to. And that means
I'll be boycotting, which is not necessary, and I need to gain the skill. Another point I can put is the point of now, the last. Okay. So now, another point I can put across is we have a DEO representative for persons living with disabilities. I've seen you gave us a document, and sometime, well, 2 weeks back, 3, 4, we had an outreach for all inclusive primary schools, and we're trying to engage those students, those little pupils. These are points they were raising to us. They saw us as funders. And when we were talking to the administrators, they were telling us, we have very many, but they cannot walk into prison. They are unable to feed them, and they have put them to make, actually, they made schools day. That means it only supports the scholars. And when I have tried to analyze the topography of Mbarara, it is not a flat place. That somebody can push you on the wheelchair tomorrow in the morning. Actually, today, tomorrow, until the term ends. So my question is, do you already receive some support in your office? Or do you expect some support? Or is it in a work plan that one time you raise and look for those people? Because my current research is on what makes the number of people living with disability reduce as the level of education increases. Actually, let me use the word increases. We are finding, actually went to Bishop Stewart Primary School, we found 50. If you came to Mast, in the pharmacy we are 2. When we went to Esteri, we had also 50, yeah, 20 something. Barara mixed. We also found very many. Actually, there we found a brilliant boy. This boy, before you finish your number, he has an answer for you. Before you finish your number, he has an answer. Before others were trying to visit around, calculating for him, he had an answer. So, and that boy is facing such a challenge. You find he's supposed to have either to be in a wheelchair, but he has these crutches, which are wooden, taller than him, just young like this. And they are heavy. To make that boy, actually, let me call a baby, to survive in that school, they have put those buddies. The buddies, these are pupils, they assign you a particular pupil or friend that in case this child wants to a short call, please be there for him or her. Be there for him or her. But now, there is this mind. These people, somebody may be willing to help, but somebody will come and say, what do you benefit every day moving with that person? And this person is also not able to provide what this other one is asking. That also comes a point. As you write any proposal, because this one goes into documentation, someone who is a bad day, first of all, as you help this person, help the community around him. Because I cannot proceed if I'm leaving my person behind. There is no way I will be helped if this person has been chased away for school fees. That means whenever this person is chased away for school fees, I will remain either in the dormitory or I will sit home until the parents get the money, and I also start studying. So you can begin from there as I look for more questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. To respond to your concerns, like we are here addressing some of these issues, They don't actually end here. Because when you move to schools like he was mentioning, it is very true that some schools apparently don't really provide the necessary aspects to embrace every learner to come to these schools. A case in point is Esther Kokundeka Memorial. That school is among the schools so far that the rest, I can say, benchmark from. Can you imagine? Implying that if at the standard, at the level you saw it as, there are some that have not come to that level. But basically, I think the point of attitude is still ranging high, right away from the parents. Because even when we are sharing with some of the parents of children with disabilities, they are also like strangers. They don't know. You try to share with them, please have the child in school, is like, unless you are providing all that it requires in school, then the child can go to school. But I think it is, we need a collective effort right away, because at the district, as I partook, you can imagine, I have been there for the last, I think, 3 years, but I don't have a vote. I'm an education officer in charge of special needs. I'm struggling. Even maybe as the schools open, I have an activity with the teachers. I would wish to have one teacher from every school to get some bit of orientation, to at least to give them some bit of capacity to be able to identify these learners. Because you get to a school, you ask for learners with special needs and disabilities, they just give you 2 in a population of 500. It is impossible. It is impossible. So, meaning that there is a need for us to collectively work together. Then, secondly, on that point, we even look at the facilities in the schools. There are some learners, especially those using wheelchairs. You get to a school, you find the school has maybe 7 stances of latrine, maybe 4 for boys, 3 for girls. But you realize that most of them are not tidy enough, are not clean enough, because the population that is using the facility is higher than what the facility would accommodate. Meaning that the one with special needs, if he came to that school, he would still not survive, because the sanitary facility may not be really good for this guy. And eventually, this guy can decide to keep away. So what are we trying to do now? Collectively to address this, and we keep sensitizing our communities whatsoever. Because even including our own people here at headquarters, if when we are talking about disability issues, they are like not concerned. But that one does not mean that we have to keep quiet. We keep telling them until the time when they will understand. And I know they will understand, only that it might take slightly a little bit long. We shall have to keep telling them. In fact, for you people, you are already converted. We would be using you people to go and tell those other people that have not gotten it right. But step by step, for me, when I consider how I started school and where I am now, I see a very big change. A very big change. Because there was no platform, but now we can share. So we have to keep informing these people. Then lastly, learners with special needs, numbers of learners with special needs and disabilities tend to be a little bit moderate as they start, maybe primary. But as you go higher, you find very few. It is very true. Because the nature of our life at times tends to demand a lot in terms of costs. And you find that most of the people that are providing for our services, especially the parents, find it difficult to provide what we need. And in so doing, they tend to loosen a little bit. And eventually, and because of the other attitude which I told you before, and we drop maybe along the way. But we still can do something to support them, like we are saying, if there could be some, of course they are there, people of goodwill to support, okay? So that we keep collaborating, seeking help here and there, so that we collectively move as a group. So that's all I can say, but I thank you so much for this kind of arrangement. I wish we could go further than this and engage more people, including the administrators, because me here, much as I came as an administrator, I'm partly falling in this group. So I needed not to have a lot about this, but those people who don't know need a lot to know about this, so that we have a bigger forum and we address this in totality. I thank you.
One wise man said, it is through education that you can change this world. That was Nelson Mandela. And as well, we keep on interacting. We learn more. As we learn more, we know where we belong. One of the discussions was inclusion, exclusion. And remember, before I became in, I came in to moderate. I also had my answers. And I was waiting for this time to give you. One, I wouldn't support exclusion at all, because I've never studied in such a way. Like, I've studied, I've reached where I am, but I have these people who have put me under their arms, who are not of my category, but they bear to live with me. If you exclude me and isolate me, I think I would be maybe, I don't know, I can't, maybe a cobra somewhere. Another point, the very thing lowers competence. Let someone see you in another aspect, but when it reaches to another competition, because in schools, there are very many activities. There are those ones best in football, running, everything, but that's one also in the class. You may be there when you're good in singing. That is also competence. Why do you make me compete with my fellow this side, yet I have to show my potential? That is what we call inclusivity. Include me where they think I'm not able. I show what I am capable of doing, if given the capability, the requirements, the reasonable time, and all factors, the environment is favoring, and test me well. I've never seen a company which is owned, operating with PWDs. Why do you make us face harsh in the working environment if you're working, aiming us, actually working hard to isolate us? Then how are we going to socialize with people after doing what you, yes, that is marginalizing us to a certain point that you, I think, according to the way I see you, you belong to a certain corner. But after, you bring me in the middle of the pitch to play the game that was supposed to be installed me prior putting me there. That means I also don't like it, because working in environment needs exposure. And exposure teaches a lot. It is out of like a bean or a seedling comes out. Actually, it has to first of all come out before releasing a leaf. If you find a seed releasing a leaf under the soil, then I can't tell. Because
before it germinating, it has its own food stored. But after germinating, that's when it needs food, and it has to use a leaf. So make me develop a leaf before you expose me to a hard condition. Environment also matters. So I wouldn't support it. And if somebody ever has ever thought about it, I think we can use the computer language format. You format such that even it does not appear in the recycle bin. As we wait for swallowship, it is under arrangement. Somebody has a word to pass.
Thank you so much. This time, let me stand. The previous presenters. I'll start with what the speaker was saying, the Honorable Minister, since we have the administrators here. In the presentation, we had one of the presenters was talking about equity and equality, whereby the Honorable Minister was like, why should we give me the same points, yet I struggle? The practicals are up. Someone who is able to run and reach there in time. But me, I'm unable. But he is also able, but he cannot reach there in time. But you want to consider him like the other one who is able to move. So I want to request the university now that maybe if you are planning, we try to put in that element of equity in form of service delivery, whereby we should also consider inclusive, because when you talk of equity, there is that kind of inclusion, because you would not, ideally you would not take the practicals up in the third floor when you know that there is someone who is unable to reach that side. If he or she can reach there, it takes time for him to reach there. So as the university should look into that, and I think the Honorable Minister talked about having different representatives on the university committees. In the language, in our language, Runyankore, there is a saying. Muza kunsasira ngo abinenjara tupaka abe umuntu akuba ari gusitagatekera takatekera ari kuba inenzara. If someone is hungry, if someone is not hungry, he cannot prepare for the other one who is very hungry in time. So meaning the major reason as why we should get those representatives on those councils, they should represent their fellows because they know what they are passing through, and they should actually advocate for them on those committees. When you're making decisions, there's someone who knows there is a certain group of people which is experiencing all these challenges, and if you're trying to dodge them as the committee, there is someone who is going to remind you. Then two, I had the presenter who presented about the employment opportunities for PWDs. I was expecting him to talk about the 12.4% employment act of persons with disabilities, because since this is awareness, we need to inform people who are here and those who are not here, because for last year we are going to take the messages. The government Satan was like, we want to promote inclusive education. Now after all these are studying, we have the capitation grant at the university, those scholarships for persons with disabilities. Now after studying, where do we want them to go? So they came up with an act, which is an employment act of employing 12.4% people, persons living with disabilities work, but I don't know whether it is being implemented at mass, because in Western region, actually in the whole country, since you've already started, you should be in position to allow other universities to come and benchmark from you. But if they are coming to benchmark, have you fulfilled all the requirements? For example, employing persons with disabilities in the university, because there are some positions that are within, which those people can qualify and they are outside there. But even us, we don't want to look for those opportunities. Someone is there seated at home, finished the studies, doesn't want to look for jobs, and you want opportunities to come and find you home. That's the opportunity. You try for the opportunities, as those people also try to give to fix you and give you the positions. So as the university, I also request maybe that you take it to the management, try to put that Employment Act in progress, even in the district. The service commissions, where we always go, we always tell them, because, for example, whenever you have, for example, let's say, an organization or companies or government workers, if it is a district, it has like 60 workers, 12% of those workers, 12.4% of those workers should be persons with disabilities. We are doing, this is being done to give morale to those people who are still studying, because it looks awkward. When you are in the community, you are encouraging someone to study, go to school and study. When he sees his or her friend studied and is home seated, no employment, no what, it becomes it becomes nonsense on the side of the other one who is being told to go and do what? Go and study. Then lastly is about Mr. Brown was talking about, we had a discussion on inclusive education. He was worried on how those children can be mixed with the other children in the same class. But there is, in primary and secondary, we have what we call lesson plan, inclusive lesson plan scheming. So I think even at the university it can be included there. Know that if you are teaching year ones, let's say, social workers, I've used that example, you should be in position to know that in this class, I have a person, when you're planning, I have a student who is having this disability. So when I'm making my schemes, I should also involve him. Know that I have a child who is a slow learner. If I'm in a class teaching, I should also give him time, because for him, he cannot learn at the same pace like the other ones. So I wish you the best, and I want to thank Madam Stella for what she's doing, and the university at large. Keep the candle burning. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for those wonderful words. Okay, you have granted you a chance, but be brief. Okay. Be brief, as now someone has come to confirm.
Thank you very much. I had got an opportunity already, but I want to say this, especially to the young persons with disabilities. Actually, the world there, here at Must, I'm telling you, it is home. And these people, as the education officer has rightly said, they are already sensitized. There is not really much, apart from thanking them and really praying for them good luck for recognizing persons with disabilities. But outside there, it so happens, as you all know, that usually when a school falls vacant of a head teacher, a person, a substantive deputy headmaster, rightly takes over the position. But now, it so happens that when people were talking of people taking chances, people were shrinking, saying that maybe it is impossible. You people do think it is possible, and it happened to me. I lost my chance of caretaking, and they brought another person who is a substantive teacher like me, deputy teacher like me, to take over on which grounds that this person is visually impaired, therefore cannot manage. I have an experience of 20 years in secondary school service, but somebody imagines you cannot manage a school. Very unfair. I'm doing my master's. It is a must. I'll become a head teacher. Thank you very much. You get this?
Thank you very much. I think as I take the mic to the last person, allow me to thank 8 TV. We are very grateful for your work. Madam Stella, our guests, students, that next time in case you receive the same call, respond accordingly. Thank you. Let me welcome our guests to give us our closing remarks. Then we shall follow the line to a certain point. We excite our enzymes, then as we go back home. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I want to take the pleasure to really thank you for the patience and concentration and even participation. It has been a very good gesture to concentrate right away from morning up to this time. I, in the same vein, take the honor to really thank Madam Stella for the organization and the entire staff of Mbara University. I greatly thank you because there are few occasions where people organize such, people get to learn to go and implement. I thank you so much. My humble appeal has been that if you could even engage more people than the numbers we had, would make more impact. But this is a very good gesture. Step by step, we shall achieve. I also want to thank the management of the university for having accepted, because at times, like I was telling you, it is still a haggle with me there. Though I'm seeing some changes, can I call them positive changes? Anyway, but you tell people they take long to make a decision that can make some positive change. You like, as you share, they are with you, you know, let's have this and this. Okay, so when it comes to time of resource allocation, then that's where they tell you, you see, there is this, but we know your issue, but anyway, we shall see. But it has not been the case with Mbara University. So extend our appreciation as you go back. In the interest of time, I would wish that all that has been discussed, let's go out there, because people need our knowledge. As you go out there, much as you are students, you still can make an impact in your place of origin, at home. You can share this information with someone. At work places, you still can share something related to this, because I'm very, very, very confident that we shall reach there. I know it might take us some bit of time, but we shall reach there. Because every journey must begin with a single stride. So we are moving slowly by slowly. And I want to raise your fears, Bwana colleague. I think now that you are out, you are speaking it out boldly, we need to follow it up. Is it that they fail to give you that because you are having an impairment? We need to understand that, because you should not be sidelined because of having a disability. And I think we are after the capacity of one, the capability of one, not the disability. Not the disability. So I think we shall keep supporting you, and it has not been easy even for us. It is not you alone, but I know how we have been managing, we shall manage as well, like the rest have done. So I wish to actually declare this training session closed. For God and my country.
Okay, as we are planning to I want to give direction where we are going to follow. Sister Pamela, first pray for our meal. Pray for our lunch. Then after our prayer, we are going to follow.
Let's humble ourselves and pray. Dear Lord, we want to thank you for this day. We want to thank you for this gathering as well. We want to thank you for the ideas you've shared, and we believe that we are going to use them for a positive change. And we dedicate our meal that we are going to have and we are going to partake today, that it shall be a blessing to our bodies. In Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen.
You're watching a Youth TV, empowering you.